As a business owner, you're focused on getting things done. Hubstaff provides you the tools you need to do just that. Save time and money with easy online timesheets, headache-free payroll, and simple productivity monitoring. So you see exactly how work is getting done and make smarter decisions about your work. Track progress wherever, whenever your team is working, whether it's on desktop or mobile. Choose Hubstaff,
the tool that allows you to get back to doing what you love, growing your business. Sign up for your free 14-day trial today.
Champions League era. And Arsenal are eyeing their first ever Champions League crown. A win tonight for the Gunners would represent the greatest night in the club's 139-year history. This is the 8th UEFA meeting between Paris Saint-Germain and Arsenal. The previous 7 are perfectly balanced. 2 Paris Saint-Germain wins, 2 Arsenal wins, and 3 draws. It is a pretty mild early summer evening in Budapest. The stage is set and the stakes are sky high. Paris Saint-Germain has scored 44 goals en route to this final. The second most by any team in a single Champions League campaign, behind Barcelona's 45 goals they scored in the 1999-2000 campaign. Saint-Germain have scored more goals in the last 8 Champions League knockout games this season, 23 than Arsenal have in the last 12 knockout games in the competition. And Paris Saint-Germain, of course, were crowned Ligue 1 champions on May the 13th, their 12th title in 14 seasons. So the stage is set here. It really is. Arsenal unbeaten across their 14-match run to the final. No other team has lost fewer than 2 games, including a perfect 8-game league phase. Arsenal have only conceded 1 goal in the last 5 games. They have only conceded 6 all season. Arsenal's only previous final appearance came, of course, in that 2-1 defeat against Barcelona in 2006, having led that night until the 76th minute. What about the 2 coaches there for Luis Enrique? He's won 15 of his 18 finals as a head coach. Won the Champions League with Barcelona back in 2015, and then again, of course, with Paris Saint-Germain last season as they beat Inter Milan 5-0 in what was a historic victory. It really was. Last season's final was a record margin of victory in a Champions League final. Luis Enrique, one of only a select group of managers to win the trophy with 2 different clubs. What about Mikel Arteta then? Premier League champion with Arsenal. His win rate actually of over 60% is the best of any manager in Arsenal's entire history. And Arteta was very interesting in his pre-match press conference, talking about just how the players could go out and enjoy the final, go out with a sense of expectation and pressure, of course, but also with a little weight off their shoulders, having delivered the domestic league title. So it is Paris Saint-Germain against Arsenal. The players are out onto the pitch. Let's have a look at the 2 teams then for Paris Saint-Germain. Safanov in goal, the back 4 of Nuno Mendes, William Pacho, Marquinhos and Hakimi. And then João Neves, the 21-year-old in midfield. Vitinha, such an important player, Vitinha, for this Paris Saint-Germain side, just anchoring. And Fabien Ruiz as well. Then the front 3. It is such a dangerous, free-flowing, attack-minded front 3, isn't it? Kvicha, Kvaratskhelia. 10 goals and 6 assists in the Champions League this season, scored in the final against Inter last year. And Desiree Doué, who got a brace in that final last May, the 20-year-old. That makes up the Paris Saint-Germain starting 11. And for Arsenal, David Raya in goal. Back 4 of Christian Mosquera, William Saliba, Gabriel Magalhaes and Nkapie. And then it is Declan Rice, Martin Odegaard who captains the side. Marcus Lewis Skelly, 19 years of age, starting in a Champions League final. How about that? In midfield, of course, these days for Arteta is Lewis Skelly. And Bukayo Saka and Leandro Trossard, either side of Kai Havertz, who gets the nod tonight. Absolutely fascinating team selection from Mikel Arteta. Of course, there were 2 or 3 positions that were very much up for grabs, you felt, in terms of who was going to be selected, but no Gyökeres in the starting 11. 1 or 2 felt Martinelli might have started as well. Not so today. For Paris Saint-Germain, 10 of those 11 started the final against Inter last year. So the stage is set here in Budapest, Hungary. I mentioned we are on the final days really of a European heatwave. Beautiful conditions, wonderful weather this week in Budapest. A little bit cloudier tonight, around about 26 degrees as we are creeping up to 6 p.m. local time in Hungary. Now the players now just posing for one or two photographs prior to kick-off. Paris Saint-Germain seeking to go back-to-back, looking for their second Champions League triumph. Luis Enrique getting them over the line. What an astonishing tenure he has had so far, Luis Enrique, the Paris Saint-Germain boss. And for Mikel Arteta, I mean, it's very simple, really. Win tonight, and it is the greatest night in the club's 139-year history. And so, of course, an absolutely packed Puskás Arena out there tonight in Budapest. The Arsenal fans have travelled from London, the Paris Saint-Germain fans from Paris. And everything is on the line tonight. Paris Saint-Germain come into this as the favourites, but Arsenal unbeaten in the competition this year, and off the back of that Premier League triumph, will really fancy their chances this evening. Both sides, they're set up in a 4-3-3 formation. You would expect Paris Saint-Germain to have the lion's share of possession. That's been a regular feature of their play in the course of Luis Enrique's DNA, really, as the coach. The atmosphere is electric for this one. It really is inside the Puskás Arena. And the players are in their huddles. Martin Odegaard, the captain, overseeing the team talk for Arsenal. Marquinhos, the Paris Saint-Germain skipper, leading the talk for the reigning Champions League winners. Declan Rice just with an arm around the shoulder of Lewis Skelly, the 19-year-old, in the moments prior to kick-off. And we are seconds away from kick-off here in Budapest. Paris Saint-Germain are seeking back-to-back Champions League triumphs. Arsenal are bidding to win the Champions League for the very first time. It would surely represent the greatest night in their 139-year history. Europe's best attack against the competition's best defence. And on an early evening in Budapest, Hungary, the stage is set. It is Paris Saint-Germain against Arsenal, and we are up and underway. Arsenal with a kick-off and is scooped forward now towards Kai Havertz, who scored the winner, of course, in the 2021 final. Turned around the corner early on by Declan Rice on the left-hand side, looking for Trossard, who can't quite keep it in play. In fact, Paris Saint-Germain just regather possession now, and it is Hakimi, who has 6 assists in the Champions League this season, who just hooks it down the line. Arsenal in possession on that left-hand side. Paris Saint-Germain 0, Arsenal 0. 30 seconds on the clock in Hungary. And Luis Enrique just crosses his arms, sat on the technical area in the black T-shirt and dark trousers. Luis Enrique scowling at what he sees in front of him already. And Mikel Arteta, of course, the Arsenal boss, already on the edge of his technical area in a light grey top. Mikel Arteta just scratches his face and watches on from the touchline. Less than 60 seconds played in Hungary then. Paris Saint-Germain 0, Arsenal 0 is the score. And Arsenal have a free kick, and they're going to take it from just inside the Paris Saint-Germain half. And Declan Rice, I think, is going to launch this one into the confines of the penalty area to test Paris Saint-Germain defensively early on. So Declan Rice will take the free kick, lifts the left arm in way of a signal. Declan Rice scoops it up into the penalty area, towards the edge of the penalty area. It's helped on in the end by Capier, but goes beyond Safanov's goal. Gabriel was in there as well. A couple of Arsenal players rose for Declan Rice's free kick. So dangerous, of course, from set pieces this season, Arsenal. And you feel as though if they are to do it tonight, if they are to lift the trophy, Arsenal, set pieces could be so vital for the Gunners. So it's going to be Safanov now to take the goal kick. Just shy of 2 minutes play to the Puskás Arena. And it is now launched forwards by Safanov up and over halfway, and it's now forwards towards Kai Havertz on the edge of the penalty area. But Paris Saint-Germain and Marquinhos will mop up, and it's now on the right-hand side with Achraf Hakimi, who scored the opening goal on 12 minutes against Inter Milan in the final last year. And it's swept now towards the left-hand side for Paris Saint-Germain, and Nuno Mendes just glides past his man with ease. And Nuno Mendes coming forwards now for Paris Saint-Germain and flicks it right-hand side, or at least attempted to do so. Trossard actually got a touch on it, and the ball ricochets back into the Paris Saint-Germain half, and it is going to be mopped up now at the back by Vitinha. So Paris Saint-Germain in possession. They go left-hand side to Fabien Ruiz. All of this being played inside the Paris Saint-Germain half, gathered by Dembele. Ousmane Dembele, 19 goals and 11 assists across all competitions this season. Collected now by Vitinha once again, and he's got the option of Fabien Ruiz to his left-hand side, and Vitinha now just rolling his studs over the ball. Well, it's just been an incredible form, Vitinha, this season for Paris Saint-Germain. Just the manner in which he manages to pick up the ball off the back four and transition so neatly into midfield is a vital part of what Luis Enrique is all about. Paris Saint-Germain now just starting to settle. 3 minutes on the clock in Hungary. Paris Saint-Germain in possession, but still inside their own half, as Mikel Arteta's right on the edge of his technical area, the Arsenal head coach, and Kvaratskhelia drops a little bit deeper back into midfield to gather the ball. And now it is collected again by Fabian Ruiz, and on the left-hand side now it's collected by Nuno Mendes, and Mendes goes back to William Pacho. Paris Saint-Germain more than content at this stage just to clip the ball around the confines of their own penalty area and in their final third, and Arsenal not applying too much pressure on those two Paris Saint-Germain centre-backs, and Vitinha once again picks it up. Paris Saint-Germain on the left-hand side, now it goes over halfway, but the header was won by Saliba, and now it's Saka who's trying to find a route past Nuno Mendes on that left-hand side, but Nuno Mendes wins the throw-in for Paris Saint-Germain. So 4 minutes play, Paris Saint-Germain 0, Arsenal 0. And it's going to be a throw-in now for Paris Saint-Germain on that left flank, and Nuno Mendes will take it. Such an exciting left-back, Nuno Mendes, really a key part of Paris Saint-Germain's work on that left-hand side. Hoisted forwards now towards Dembele, and Dembele couldn't quite get a touch on it. Fabian Ruiz is penalised, and Fabian Ruiz just opens up his palms and wags a finger at the referee and says, surely not. But the referee does indeed award the free kick for Arsenal. 4.5 minutes on the clock. Paris Saint-Germain 0, Arsenal 0. And so it is a free kick for Arsenal deep inside their own half, and Fabian Ruiz is continuing his dialogue with the referee, who is explaining his reasoning. It is Arsenal now with the ball inside their own half, and Gabriel and Saliba both with a touch. It's going to break loose for Kai Havertz, and here's a really good opportunity now for Arsenal inside the penalty area. Angles are queued. It's a really good chance for Havertz to bring the ball across the face of goal, and that is some goal by Kai Havertz. And 5 minutes in, and Kai Havertz unleashes a rocket from an impossible angle to give Arsenal the lead against Paris Saint-Germain in the Champions League final. The man who scored the winner in the 2021 final has bagged early for the Gunners in Budapest tonight. Safanov might be disappointed. It was such a tight angle, but Kai Havertz, when he had options inside, opted to go alone and fizzed the ball left-footed past Safanov into the back of the net. And less than 6 minutes played is Paris Saint-Germain 0, Arsenal 1. Was an astonishing start for Arsenal, it really is. Ball just ricocheted loose for Kai Havertz on that left-hand side, and he streamed forward into the penalty. Angle looked to be far too acute, and then he just fizzed the ball past Safanov at his near post, and Arsenal take the lead. It was Marquinhos onto the arm of Trossard, but Trossard's arms were right across his chest, and then Kai Havertz smashes the ball into the back of the net, and Arsenal lead. It's a fabulous finish from Kai Havertz, it really is. Smashes the ball into the back of the net, and the Arsenal fans absolutely delirious inside the Puskás Arena. And it's Paris Saint-Germain 0. It is Arsenal 1, and what a massive goal that is for the Gunners. And when you think about how effective Arsenal are in terms of defending one-goal leads, it's a huge, huge moment for them. Kvaratskhelia trying to win the ball back, and Arsenal now have conceded a free kick, I think. Paris Saint-Germain 0, Arsenal 1. It's a tangle of players, and Declan Rice is having a word with one or two, and, well, in the end, it is going to be a free kick just outside the Arsenal half, and Kai Havertz with the goal. But will Safanov be disappointed? Probably. But Pacho was coming back there, but by the time Havertz does strike the ball, I mean, he's only 7 or 8 yards out, and he just smashed the ball into the back of the net, and Arsenal with the advantage. Of course, Arsenal led in the last Champions League final that they played, and they led for a long, long period in the game before Barcelona scored those late 2 goals. So, 7.5 minutes played. Paris Saint-Germain 0, Arsenal 1. Kai Havertz with the goal for Arsenal. And it is a free kick now outside the Arsenal penalty area. It was Declan Rice's studs were just a little bit high maybe on Fabian Ruiz, but the free kick has gone in Arsenal's favour. 8 minutes on the clock. It is Paris Saint-Germain 0, Arsenal 1. Kai Havertz with the goal to separate the two teams. And so Paris Saint-Germain will have to come from behind in the final if they are to win it back-to-back. And here come Paris Saint-Germain on the right-hand side now. An opportunity to feed the ball into the penalty, and they've done just that. And it is now gathered by Arsenal just outside the penalty area. Martin Ødegaard does gather. Martin Ødegaard just zips past his man, but Trossard is there, and Hakimi as well. And eventually, Hakimi just floats it back towards Marquinhos outside his own area. And if there is one crumb of comfort for Paris Saint-Germain, I mean, the early goal does give them a long period in the contest to find a way back into proceedings. So it is Paris Saint-Germain in possession, and they have the ball left-hand side. And Arsenal will be so comfortable in this kind of situation. They get the early goal, and now they have a lead to protect. It is Dembele on the left-hand side, regathered though by Saka, and a free kick's been awarded for Paris Saint-Germain. Instructing 1 or 2 on the touchline as Dembele wins the free kick, and Saka with the foul. So free kick for Paris Saint-Germain, which they're taking quickly. Fabian Ruiz with the touch. It's now collected again now by Nuno Mendes on the left-hand side. Nuno Mendes feeds it left flank to Fabian Ruiz, and Fabian Ruiz in field towards Kvaratskhelia, but Saka does gather, and Paris Saint-Germain now with a touch, but it's back now with Saliba just outside his own penalty area, in towards, well, it was initially played in towards Nuno Mendes, but didn't quite come off for Paris Saint-Germain. If you're just joining us, you missed an early goal. Paris Saint-Germain 0, Arsenal 1. The goal scored by Kai Havertz. And Paris Saint-Germain now have the ball just outside the penalty area. And on the right-hand side, they gather again through Marquinhos. So Marquinhos just feeds it infield now towards Pacha. And Pacha goes left-hand side for Kvaratskhelia. 10 goals and 6 assists in the Champions League this season for the Georgian. Gathered now by Nuno Mendes and collected by Vitinha. And Vitinha has the ball inside the centre circle, finds Marquinhos. Everyone behind the ball for Arsenal as Paris Saint-Germain look to find the equalising goal. It's collected now by Vitinha. And Vitinha just outside the centre circle, just feeds it right-hand side now for Hakimi. And Hakimi has the ball on the right-hand side, but Arsenal dropping very deep indeed. Very difficult for this Paris Saint-Germain side to break down this Arsenal backline. 10 minutes on the clock. Paris Saint-Germain 0, Arsenal 1. And so far, Paris Saint-Germain yet to really create a moment of note. Vitinha swings it right-hand side now for Hakimi, and it's gathered now by Hakimi just outside the penalty area on his left foot. Cuts in field. Hakimi trying to find Kvaratskhelia, couldn't quite do so, and eventually Kvaratskhelia tried to pick up the pieces, and it's smuggled behind for a corner kick. It was Gabriel who was in there, and very nearly bounced actually for Kvaratskhelia inside the penalty area. And so it's taken short now by Paris Saint-Germain on their right-hand side. The ball is swung into the penalty area beyond everyone, and it couldn't be kept in play at the back stick, and it will be a goal kick for Arsenal because Fabian Ruiz coming in at that back post couldn't quite manage to hook the ball back into a dangerous area. And so it is going to be a goal kick now for Arsenal. And Arsenal know there's a long way to go in this one, but should they win tonight, it would surely go down as the greatest day in the entire history of the football club, having won the Premier League. And if they could do a Premier League and Champions League double, this would arguably be a greater side immortalised than the Invincibles. But we still have a long way to go in Budapest tonight. Launch forward towards Kai Havertz, who scored the opening and only goal of the game. Gathered by Paris Saint-Germain now in their right back slot. Vitinha with the touch to Pacho. And Pacho now goes to Marquinhos, and Paris Saint-Germain have the ball once more. It's collected now outside the penalty area by Nuno Mendes. Nuno Mendes back in towards Vitinha. Vitinha, 1,448 completed passes this season for Vitinha prior to kickoff. That's 300 more than any other player in the Champions League this term. Incredible statistic. Just the way in which he anchors this Paris Saint-Germain side, so impressive. It is now on the right-hand side with Doué. Barely seen any of Doué in the game. Tip forward towards Fabian Ruiz. Ruiz with the ball across the face of goal, but it's harmlessly out of play for a goal kick. And Kvaratskhelia was just saying that the ball should have been cut back top D rather than Fabian Ruiz just with a cross shot from an impossible angle across the face of goal. And so it remains Paris Saint-Germain 0, Arsenal 1. And it is that goal from Kai Havertz that separates the two sides with 13 minutes on the clock. So it is Paris Saint-Germain who, the last few minutes, just enjoyed a little bit more possession in the game. And it is now collected by Fabien Ruiz just outside the penalty area. So Fabien Ruiz once again is coming forward for Paris Saint-Germain. The foul is committed. Kai Havertz scored the winning goal, of course, in the 2021 final on 42 minutes against Manchester City. And it is Paris Saint-Germain who have the ball again deep inside their own half. Coutinho, who see more of the ball than anyone, swings it right-hand side now for Marquinhos. So Marquinhos up towards halfway, and here is the Paris Saint-Germain captain again. And he finds Fabien Ruiz on that left-hand side. And Fabien Ruiz just goes back in field towards Pacha. Pacha just outside the confines of his own penalty area to Marquinhos. Marquinhos down the line now on the right-hand side to Hakimi. Hakimi looking for a little bit of support in field, and he finds it now, and Marquinhos gathers once again. Marquinhos to Hakimi on that right-hand side. And Paris Saint-Germain with the ball inside their own penalty area. Safanov decides to go long. Safanov launches it long towards Dembele, who's scarcely had a sniff in the game so far. And is that going to be a free kick for Paris Saint-Germain? Yes, it is. And Paris Saint-Germain are saying that Arsenal kicked the ball away. Referee says nothing doing in terms of a yellow card. And it is now Fabien Ruiz who has it left-hand side. And now Nuno Mendes. Nuno Mendes does gather. Nuno Mendes infield towards Kvaratskhelia. And Kvaratskhelia feeds it infield now towards Vitinha again. Inside the centre circle. Vitinha just with a little glance left and a little look right. Rolls his studs over the ball. Now Fabien Ruiz. Fabien Ruiz has the ball just outside the centre circle. Just offers an arm of apology in the direction of Doué, who wanted the ball played to him. Marquinhos has the ball 45 yards from goal. Right hand side now for Paris Saint-Germain. Collected on this right hand side once more by Dembele this time. Now Fabien Ruiz, everyone behind the ball for Arsenal. This is going to be so difficult for Paris Saint-Germain to break down this Arsenal side. Hakimi flicks it back towards Marquinhos. Marquinhos does gather the ball and just tries to feed it towards Hakimi, and Hakimi will keep it alive, and that's going to be a corner kick for Paris Saint-Germain on their right-hand side. Their second corner kick of the game, but as yet they haven't managed to find a way to create anything in the game so far, really. 15.5 minutes on the clock. In comes the corner. It's comfortably cleared by Saka, and there's a big shout for handball from the Paris Saint-Germain players. And Safanov now will pick up the pieces because the ball had been launched back into the Paris Saint-Germain half. The protests continue. And did that ball come up onto the arm of Saka? That was the question. Fabien Ruiz now gathers in midfield, and Fabien Ruiz has it inside the centre circle, and he's robbed the possession, and here comes Ødegaard. Ødegaard 35 yards from goal. Ødegaard tries to slide it through. Safanov, though, will get there, and the Paris Saint-Germain players are asking again about the possible handball when the ball came back up off Saka's arm. And Saka is not going to be penalised there, so no penalty. And so it is Paris Saint-Germain 0, Arsenal 1. Paris Saint-Germain have had 78% ball possession but created absolutely nothing in 16.5 minutes. Kai Havertz's early goal on 6 minutes separated the two sides, and Kai Havertz, a match winner before in a Champions League final, seeking to do the same again. Throw in now on the left-hand side for Paris Saint-Germain. Mikel Arteta on the touchline, still orchestrating, and now Luis Enrique's up and off his feet and asking for a little bit more from his players. Fabien Ruiz does gather. Fabien Ruiz goes right-hand side now for Marquinhos. Marquinhos just feeds the ball back infield, and Marquinhos is in possession again for Paris Saint-Germain. So, it is Arsenal who leads at the Puskás Arena. Gathered on the left-hand side now by Kvaratskhelia. The Georgian gliding in field and finding Fabien Ruiz. But Paris Saint-Germain have had so much of the ball in these kind of areas, just haven't been able to hurt this Arsenal side so far. Vitinha 5 yards to his right-hand side to find Kvaratskhelia. Kvaratskhelia goes right-hand side now for Hakimi, and an opportunity now for Kvaratskhelia with a back heel. Didn't quite come off, and it will be collected by Nkapie, who goes down the line towards Trossard. And now Paris Saint-Germain regather possession. And it is attack versus defence now because it's all Paris Saint-Germain. Here's Fabian Ruiz to Vitinha. Vitinha rolls his studs over the ball once and twice and goes left-hand side for Nuno Mendes. Nuno Mendes knows he's got the option on that left flank of Doué. Doué does gather. And Doué against two Arsenal players, and Doué's trying to find a way through. Can't quite do so, and Saka will come away with the ball. And Saka feeds it now to Mosquera, and Mosquera goes back to Declan Rice, and Declan Rice goes back to his goalkeeper David Raya, and Raya just smashes the ball up and over halfway, looking towards Kai Havertz. And so it is now Arsenal and Saliba who are in possession, and they go all the way back to David Raya. David Raya does gather. David Raya, right-footed, smashes the ball out towards Saka. And Saka with a touch, but Paris Saint-Germain and Safanov are back in possession inside their own penalty area. I think Luis Enrique will be a little bit concerned that we're closing in on 20 minutes here, and his side have had so much of the ball but haven't been able to create anything so far. One half penalty shout really against Saka, and Paris Saint-Germain have the ball again on the left-hand side. Gathered now by João Neves, and João Neves to Vitinha, and Vitinha goes right-hand side now to Marquinhos, playing in his third Champions League final. Marquinhos collected now by Dembele, and Dembele is now operating a little bit more on the right-hand side, and Doué's just going in there as a false nine. It's an opportunity now for Hakimi, but the throw-in goes in Arsenal's favour, and Nkapie will take the throw now for Arsenal on the left-hand side. Nkapie then with the throw-in on the left-hand side. Nkapie just more than happy to eke out a few more seconds. There's a little chit-chat with the linesman on that far side, and Paris Saint-Germain are already suggesting that Arsenal are taking too many seconds over it. And so the throw-in by Arsenal in the left-back slot from Nkapie, and now it is Fabian Ruiz who just pokes it forwards, but Gabriel Magalhaes, the Brazilian, is underneath it. Thrown for Paris Saint-Germain now on their right-hand side, and it is now going to be collected for Paris Saint-Germain on the left flank, and Kvaratskhelia does gather. Kvaratskhelia cuts it infield now towards Vitinha, and Vitinha goes right-hand side, and Paris Saint-Germain will come once more. Opportunity for Vitinha potentially. Vitinha wanted to give the ball to Doué, he does so now, and Dembele drops a little bit deeper, and now here is Marquinhos. Marquinhos goes right-hand side, 20 minutes played in Budapest. It's Paris Saint-Germain 0, Arsenal 1. Gathered by Marquinhos. Paris Saint-Germain still yet to create a chance. Might change here, but it's overcooked out by Vitinha, and into the safe arms of David Raya, who wanted to bowl the ball out with immediate effect and did so towards Trossard on that left-hand side, and the Belgium just feeds it in towards Kai Havertz, and that's going to be a throw-in for Arsenal on the left-hand side, and so far an absolutely perfect opening 20 minutes or so for Mikel Arteta's men, because they lead by a goal to nil, and they haven't really been troubled defensively as well, because Arsenal have been rock solid at the back. Paris Saint-Germain 0, Arsenal 1 is the score. Arsenal players suggesting that, Paris Saint-Germain players I should say, suggesting that Arsenal were taking a few additional seconds over that throw-in. And now it's Kai Havertz to Trossard on the left-hand side. Just shy of halfway Arsenal have it. Cleverly done in towards Kai Havertz. And now Arsenal do keep the ball in play just about, but it actually just goes out of play, and the throw-in's taken quickly for Arsenal, but it's going to be a Paris Saint-Germain throw. And so it will be a throw for PSG on that right-hand side. Nkapie is not happy with the decision. A little shake of the head from Nkapie. And Hakimi leaves the ball on that right-hand side, and it will be taken by João Neves, and now it's poked forwards to no one in particular, and David Raya will pick up the ball with his feet. A little bit of pressure on the Arsenal goalkeeper, who smashes it right-footed up and over halfway in the general direction of Kai Havertz. And Arsenal have the ball once more. It is now gathered by Arsenal on that right-hand side, and Paris Saint-Germain quick to retrieve the ball, and it was Vitinha who tried to feed it in towards then Bele now to Kvaratskhelia. Kvaratskhelia has the ball left-hand side. Kvaratskhelia now gets Mosquera, glides in field. Kvaratskhelia 5 yards outside the penalty area on that left flank, trying to find a way through. Hasn't been his game so far for the Georgian, has it? And it's a throw-in for Arsenal on the right-hand side. And Arsenal, at every available opportunity, just taking a few additional seconds, slowing the pace of the game down, as they're entitled to do. Mosquera just trying to get a few additional yards here. And there's going to be a rehydration break. Something that's crept into the sport of late. It's going to be a feature of the World Cup in the summer in the US. It is a sport now which is quickly being sliced and diced into 4 quarters, you would have to say. Many tournaments around the world have introduced this rehydration break in the midway point of the first and the second half. And so it's apparent in the Copa Libertadores, in the South America's Champions League. Champions League as well, because it's taking place in the Champions League final. And so it is Arsenal who lead in the Champions League final, and they lead by Kai Havertz goal to nil. He was around about 7 yards out on the left-hand side after the ball ricocheted back into his path, and Kai Havertz had run half the length of the pitch to smash it into the back of the net. So Kai Havertz with the goal for Arsenal. And Paris Saint-Germain haven't created anything in the game so far, and that'll deeply frustrate Luis Enrique. Very different tale to what we saw in the Champions League final last year, when Paris Saint-Germain beat Inter Milan by 5 goals to nil and rather cruised to victory. So 24 minutes on the clock. We've come out the back end of the hydration break, and it is Paris Saint-Germain 0, Arsenal 1. Mosquera will take the throw-in on that right-hand side, and it's going to be a throw-in for Arsenal then, deep inside their own half, and Mosquera then will take it. Mosquera with the throw on that right-hand side. Mosquera with the throw-in for Arsenal. 25 minutes on the clock. Mosquera's throw is towards Saka, and Saka does gather again on the right flank, and he's congested out of it by a couple of Paris Saint-Germain players. Another throw-in for Arsenal then as they creep towards the halfway line on that right-hand side. And Paris Saint-Germain be a little bit nervous and a little bit frustrated at what they've seen so far. Luis Enrique's not happy at all, because he's saying Arsenal are taking so much time over every single set piece, and he's got a point, you know. Every single throw, every free kick, Arsenal are trying to eke out additional seconds. Here come Arsenal, though, through Odegaard on the right-hand side. A rare venture forward for the Gunners, and Paris Saint-Germain have got some defending to do. And Saka's ball into the penalty area, and it very nearly dropped for Kai Havertz, who was lurking just inside the confines of the area. And Safanov is down now, clutching his head, so the game will stop. And it is Paris Saint-Germain 0, Arsenal 1. Safanov is down. It is going to be... well, it was Saka's ball into the penalty area, and Safanov went down. I think he collided with his own captain in Marquinhos. An important touch on it, actually, did Safanov, and it was Trossard coming in, and the knee of Trossard might have just clipped the top of Safanov's head. And so Safanov is still down, receiving treatment for this head injury. Well, Luis Enrique is talking to one or two members of his technical staff, and I wonder now if Safanov is going to be able to continue here. So, Safanov, if he can't continue here, will be replaced by Chevalier. And that is the suggestion, I think, from one or two. Safanov is thankfully just back on his knees now at the very least. His head is still down. He's receiving a little bit of treatment and an ice pack from one or two at the Paris Saint-Germain physios. So Kai Havertz's goal separating the two sides. Arsenal know that they're in a wonderful position here in the Champions League final. They really, really are. Safanov now is just trying to get back onto his feet, but it's been a good couple of minutes now for the Paris Saint-Germain goalkeeper Safanov, who is still down and looking at the deck and scratching the back of his head. And I wonder if Luis Enrique is going to be forced to make a change here. Already a bad evening for Paris Saint-Germain. Might get worse with a potential change in goalkeeper. So Safanov is still receiving ice to the back of the head. Can't be too careful really with these head injuries, and the ultimate decision does go to the physio in these situations. Not like it used to be in yesteryear. These days it is the chief medical operator who will have the final say here, and the physio is talking to Safanov, and Safanov is now back on his feet. I think he's going to try to continue here. Has to get the sign off from the physio though, and the referee's just going to wander across and have a chat with the physio. This is a matter of precaution. Often with the head injuries, they have to be absolutely confident that no further damage is going to be done. There's no additional risk for the goalkeeper, and the referee is talking to the two physios. He's talking to Safanov, and the decision is going to be made here. And Safanov is, well, he's on his feet, he's talking, and he just gave a little wink to the physio there. I think he's going to try and continue here is Safanov. He's put his gloves back on, so the physios have made the call that Safanov is okay to continue. And now Paris Saint-Germain will get us up and underway again. It is going to be a drop ball in the end of all that for Paris Saint-Germain. Paris Saint-Germain 0, Arsenal 1. Kai Havertz's goal on 6 minutes, the difference between the two teams. Vitinha has it just outside his own penalty area, and Vitinha now goes to Marquinhos' right-hand side, and Marquinhos tries to feed it long. I think he was looking for Dembele, but didn't really come off for Dembele, and the front three for Paris Saint-Germain just have not got going, and they have been, of course, the key threat. The movement, the consistency, the supply of assists and goals over the last 12 months or so from Kvaratskhelia, Dembele and Doué has been absolutely magnificent, but it has not happened in 29 minutes in the Champions League final tonight when they need it most. Flick right-hand side now by Nuno Mendes. A little bit more space now for Paris Saint-Germain to work with. Paris Saint-Germain 0, Arsenal 1. PSG have the ball right-hand side, inside the penalty area. Comes back now to Hakimi. Hakimi has Vitinha in support. Vitinha still wants it. Might be flicked forwards here towards Dembele. Comes back to Vitinha just outside the area to the right of centre. Vitinha goes right-hand side again. Three players inside the area for Paris Saint-Germain. Will the ball come in? Yes, it will. But it's cleared comfortably, and Arsenal will see that all day long as a very comfortable situation to defend, because when Paris Saint-Germain just float the ball into the penalty area, it's meat and drink really for Saliba and Gabriel Magalhaes, isn't it? Paris Saint-Germain have another player down now inside the penalty area, and they're carrying on. And Marquinhos thought about putting the ball out of play, and will Paris Saint-Germain put it out of play now? No, they won't. Hakimi has the ball right-hand side, and Hakimi does gather, and it is Nuno Mendes, I think, who's down inside the Arsenal penalty area. But Paris Saint-Germain don't want to put it out of play. Forward it goes towards Vitinha. Vitinha has the ball, lays it off. Great chance now for Paris Saint-Germain. They want a penalty, they're not going to get it. Referee had a good side of the situation, and Arsenal flick it away. And still, Nuno Mendes is down, and now Nuno Mendes is clutching his right ankle. Are Paris Saint-Germain going to play on here, or are they going to put the ball out of play? Eventually Marquinhos does put the ball out of play. It's been a stop-start opening half out of the game, and that will absolutely suit Arsenal. So it is Nuno Mendes who is down in a heap, and eventually he's just got back up onto his feet, but he really felt the full force of that on his left ankle. 31 minutes played at the Puskás Arena in Budapest. Paris Saint-Germain 0, Arsenal 1. And that goal from Kai Havertz scored on 6 minutes, the difference between the two teams. And really, Arsenal got Paris Saint-Germain exactly where they want them here. And in 31 minutes of football, Paris Saint-Germain have not created a single meaningful opportunity. Now Fabian Ruiz trying to change that narrative. Fabian Ruiz into the left-hand side now. Nuno Mendes is okay. Nuno Mendes feeds it forward towards Fabian Ruiz again, but David Raya comes out and stabs the ball out of play, and Paris Saint-Germain clearly keen to get on with it. David Raya just backpedaling into his goal. Throwing for Paris Saint-Germain, which they're taking quickly. Kvaratskhelia pokes it back now to Nuno Mendes. Nuno Mendes to Vitinha. Vitinha now gathers. Vitinha 45 yards from goal, dead central. Just gesticulating left and right. Vitinha wants more movement in front of him. Vitinha's got Marquinhos right-hand side. Marquinhos goes 10 yards to his right-hand side now and gathered by Dembele. Dembele on the right-hand side now for Paris Saint-Germain. Dembele on his left foot. Dembele goes back towards Vitinha. Vitinha considered the cross. Instead he just sweeps it left-hand side for Nuno Mendes. Nuno Mendes to Fabian Ruiz. All of this left-hand side now for Paris Saint-Germain. 10 yards outside the Arsenal penalty area. Gathered now by Vitinha. And Vitinha Flicks it right-hand side once more to Hakimi. Hakimi goes right-hand side again now, and it could be gathered on that right-hand side by Dembele. Dembele just flicks it into the penalty area. Everyone behind the ball for Arsenal. They're defending their 18-yard line here. Marquinhos now to Vitinha, and Vitinha does gather. Vitinha flicks the ball forwards now towards Fabian Ruiz on the left-hand side. Kvaratskhelia has the ball on that left flank and now goes to Vitinha. And Vitinha looks forwards towards Dembele, but there was nothing really on, and Paris Saint-Germain have the ball again now, and everyone behind the ball for Arsenal, and it has been an absolutely textbook defensive performance this from Arsenal. Vitinha just pokes it right-hand side on that right flank for Hakimi. Hakimi now to Dembele. Dembele back inside to Kvaratskhelia. Kvaratskhelia lays it off. Chance now for Paris Saint-Germain. Effort on goal was considered by Dembele, then is poked into the penalty area, gathered by David Raya, and Arsenal will take that all day long. And Luis Enrique looks as concerned as I've seen him this season, because I think conceding that early goal is one thing for Paris Saint-Germain, but the fact that their response has been not a shot on target is quite another. Here come Paris Saint-Germain again, right-hand side. 5 yards outside the penalty area. It is gathered on that right flank, and it comes off the Ecuadorian Hincapié. And so it's going to be another corner kick for Paris Saint-Germain. They haven't really been able to do too much with the corner kicks they've had so far in the contest, but it is now taken quickly by Paris Saint-Germain, and it's floated into the penalty area once again. Arsenal, though, as they have been doing in the opening 34 minutes here, clear with ease. And the throw-in for Nuno Mendes, well, he wanted to take it quickly. The two balls on the pitch momentarily, and just the pace of the game, the dynamic of the game has been Arsenal's game. The way in which they've managed to slow the pace of things down. They've been aided by a couple of injuries, and those breaks in play have just allowed Arteta's men to reset nicely. Paris Saint-Germain completely dominant in possession. They have the ball on the right-hand side now with Hakimi. Hakimi feeds the ball into the penalty area. Paris Saint-Germain are asking for a penalty inside the box. They're not going to get it. Paris Saint-Germain just have a throw-in instead on that right-hand side. Collected now by Marquinhos. Marquinhos, the captain, feeds it in right-hand side to Hakimi. Hakimi passes man with ease. Now featuring Kvaratskhelia. An opportunity now for Paris Saint-Germain again. It is collected by Pacho. Pacho goes to Fabian Ruiz. Fabian Ruiz feeds it in towards Nuno Mendes, but it didn't come off, and it will be now Declan Rice who will bring the ball away. And Mosquera goes down the line towards Saka, and Saka's got a bit of grass to move into if he wants. Saka goes down. That's a really clumsy foul from Nuno Mendes, completely unnecessary, and Nuno Mendes is penalised. Free kick for Arsenal, and they'll take a good 60 seconds over this, Arsenal, because the free kick given, and Arsenal now will just take all the time they need to reset, gather their breath, and then this free kick will no doubt be launched into the penalty area. So Arsenal leading by a goal to nil. The goal scored by Kai Havertz. Kai Havertz, a very well taken goal as well on 6 minutes. The ball kind of back off Trossard and falling into the path of Kai Havertz. So still a slither of sunshine inside the ground, past coming up to 7 p.m. local time in Hungary. In Europe, Declan Rice swings the free kick into the penalty area, and the header is over the crossbar, but Gabriel has been penalised anyway for a push. And Arsenal are 1/2 and 10 minutes away from winning a Champions League trophy. There's Gabriel just with the push in there inside the confines of the penalty area. And Paris Saint-Germain poking the ball up towards halfway. Is that going to be a free kick for Arsenal? No, it's not. Now a little bit more space for Paris Saint-Germain to work with. Could be a chance now for Vitinha to come forwards. He goes right-hand side and finds Doué. Could be a chance now for Paris Saint-Germain, but Arsenal players throwing their bodies in the direction of the ball, and Kvaratskhelia was there, and Trossard does smash it away. Marquinhos with the touch to Trossard, and Trossard was trying to release Erdegaard, but Trossard still has the ball on that left-hand side, and Paris Saint-Germain win it back, and Trossard's going to get yellow carded, is he here? No, because the referee rightly plays on in advantage of Paris Saint-Germain, and Paris Saint-Germain have the ball now just outside the Arsenal penalty area, but it is going to be Arsenal who come away with the ball, and Declan Rice will swing it right-hand side now, and finds Mosquera. Mosquera goes back in field towards Saliba, and now Saliba is riding out from the back on that left-hand side Saliba for Arsenal. He tries to feed it infield and does towards Kai Havertz, the goal scorer. Kai Havertz goes back left-hand side now and finds Nkapie. Nkapie slides it to Trossard, the Ecuadorian to the Belgian. And Trossard goes on that left flank and is gathered now by Lewis Skelly. And Lewis Skelly has the ball for Arsenal on the halfway line. And it is now Arsenal who are in possession once again through David Raya. And Arsenal smash it long as we approach half-time. And Gabriel is just orchestrating and shouting one or two instructions at one or two Arsenal players as they creep towards half-time. 38 minutes played. It is Paris Saint-Germain in possession, and of course Paris Saint-Germain do have plenty of options. Luis Enrique has plenty of options on the bench should he require them. Kvaratskhelia on the halfway line, goes back in field towards Pacho, and Pacho now with the ball inside the centre circle to Vitinha. And Vitinha now has the ball for Paris Saint-Germain, as he has done really all night, but it's what he's been able to do with it that's been lacking. Paris Saint-Germain have the ball now just outside the area on the right-hand side. There's still a slither of sunshine across the Puskás Arena this evening in Hungary. And Vitinha once more. Vitinha feeds it in towards Hakimi. Hakimi goes back to Marquinhos. Marquinhos has the ball and now finds the option left-hand side of Pacho. And Pacho to Vitinha. And Vitinha goes around the corner. Marquinhos will gather once again. Marquinhos right-hand side now for Paris Saint-Germain. Here come Paris Saint-Germain again on that right flank. Will they be able to scoop the cross into the penalty area? Comes to Kvaratskhelia. Kvaratskhelia just outside the area. Goes back to Nuno Mendes. Nuno Mendes with the cross in. Is cleared though by Arsenal. And Kai Havertz will get there first. And just see the ball out of play for a throw in. And Kai Havertz then goes down clutching his throat. And Hakimi put his arm across but it didn't touch the throat. And Kai Havertz is looking for something there that doesn't exist. And Kai Havertz is having a chat with the referee. And so too is Hakimi, and he's saying that the arm came across the throat. Kai Havertz is back on his feet now, and Kai Havertz went down in a heap. He's not going to get Hakimi sent off for that. Hakimi's arm does come across the throat though of Kai Havertz, and Hakimi's just having a little chat with the referee, and Kai Havertz now he's back up on his feet. 39 minutes play. Paris Saint-Germain have the ball again. Luis Enrique surely going to have to make changes at half-time or very early in the second half, because absolutely nothing that they've tried tonight has worked. The front three, Kvaratskhelia, Dembele and Doué, been so poor really. Vitinha, Joao Neves and Fabian Ruiz have an awful lot of the ball, but that Arsenal back line is just seen out this Paris Saint-Germain side. And so Vitinha goes right-hand side now, and Paris Saint-Germain will build again, but it all feels rather static, and Arsenal have got them just where they want them in terms of the manner in which they are operating defensively. And so it is now gathered by Paris Saint-Germain inside their own half, and it's collected by Paris Saint-Germain again on the left flank, and Nuno Mendes does collect, and Nuno Mendes tries to play the ball early into the penalty area, doesn't quite come off. Doué is there trying to get a touch on it, comes now once again for Paris Saint-Germain, but Hakimi sliced away the ball through that he tried to feed towards Dembele, didn't come off. Vitinha does gather. Vitinha has the ball now for Arsenal to defend, and Arsenal have everyone behind the ball. Vitinha once again now for Paris Saint-Germain, collected by Joao Neves. Joao Neves, the 21-year-old, to Kvaratskhelia, and the Georgian hasn't seen anything fall for him so far tonight, and neither Paris Saint-Germain as a whole, as Arsenal just wedge the ball towards halfway. Defensive masterclass so far from Arteta and Arsenal. It is now gathered by Vitinha. Vitinha has the ball inside the centre circle again. Everyone behind the ball for Arsenal, as has been the case. Absolute dominance in terms of possession by Paris Saint-Germain in the Champions League final so far, as PSG seek a second Champions League crown. It is though Vitinha who has it. Now Pacho. Pacho 45 yards from goal. Pacho to Fabian Ruiz. And Fabian Ruiz now gathers for PSG. And Fabian Ruiz is 35 yards from goal. Goes left-hand side for Nuno Mendes, and Nuno Mendes to Fabian Ruiz, and Fabian Ruiz flicks it right-hand side now for Paris Saint-Germain, and Hakimi does collect. Hakimi has the ball on the right side for Vitinha, and Vitinha does gather, and Vitinha now just outside the penalty area finds Kvaratskhelia. Kvaratskhelia considered the striker goal, he's just outside the area, finds Fabian Ruiz. Fabian Ruiz now to Nuno Mendes. Nuno Mendes goes on the outside of Nkapi. Nuno Mendes is inside the area. Nuno Mendes with the ball across the face of goal, and it's headed over by Fabian Ruiz. And with 42 minutes on the clock, that's probably the best moment that Paris Saint-Germain have had in the game. Nuno Mendes on that left-hand side, sprinting away, and he managed just to get past Mosquera, it was. And then Nuno Mendes with the cross into the penalty area on the left flank, came off Nkapi, and then Fabian Ruiz couldn't quite control the effort as he was on the stretch, and Kvaratskhelia behind him wanted the ball to drop for him, didn't do so, and it's a goal kick for Arsenal as we approach the half-time marker. It's going to be a bit of additional time here, you feel, because Safanov was down for a while with an injury, and so too was Nuno Mendes. We've had the goal scored by Kai Havertz. And so Marquinhos launches it long. 43 minutes played at the Puskás Arena. Arsenal are a half and a couple of minutes away from lifting the first Champions League trophy in their 139-year history. Lewis Skelly has the ball now for Arsenal. Paris Saint-Germain just poke it back, and the game really has entered a really scrappy phase here, where neither side have managed to find any kind of fluency. Obviously the onus is on Paris Saint-Germain, but it is now gathered by Paris Saint-Germain on their left-hand side, and Fabian Ruiz wanted the ball played to him. Comes to Kvaratskhelia instead. What can Kvaratskhelia conjure? Vichy Kvaratskhelia. He's finding a wall of red and white. Now the ball is played into the penalty area. The effort on goal is a poor one, looped over the crossbar, and it will be a goal kick for Arsenal. And there's a grimace on the face of Dembele. Ousmane Dembele, 19 goals and 11 assists across all competitions this season, but has not had a sniff in the Puskás Arena so far tonight. And that goal from Kai Havertz, the difference between the two teams. The Arsenal fans enjoying themselves. It's they who are making the greater the noise inside this arena. Mikel Arteta is continuing to gesticulate on the touchline. Paris Saint-Germain 0, Arsenal 1. It is David Raya, who has 9 clean sheets in the Champions League this season. If he makes it 10 tonight from this position, then Arsenal win the trophy. Paris Saint-Germain have the ball inside the centre circle, where Declan Rice slides in and wins it back. Now here's Trossard. Trossard has the ball on the left-hand side. Trossard feeds it forward. I think he was looking for Saka on the right flank, couldn't find him. We played 45 minutes of football, and there's going to be 6 additional minutes at the end of the first half. Here is Mosquera. Mosquera goes down the line towards Saka. Saka is robbed of possession, but Arsenal win a throw-in. So 6 minutes to be played at the end of the opening 45. So David Raya has the ball. David Raya, the Arsenal goalkeeper, smashes it long straight towards Safanov, who met the ball with his head rather curiously, and Safanov, his header forward for Paris Saint-Germain, who have the ball again. It's been a poor first half from the neutral perspective in terms of the spectacle, but absolutely engrossing in terms of the jeopardy on the line here. Vichy Kvaratskhelia has it left-hand side. Nothing's come out for him so far in the game so far. But Vichy Kvaratskhelia lays it infield towards Vitinha, 35 yards from goal. Vitinha, what can he conjure? Vitinha, right-footed, slides it right-hand side now to Dembele. Dembele's got the option on the right-hand side of Hakimi. And Hakimi wanted the ball, but Dembele just pokes it forward towards Vitinha. And Vitinha back towards Dembele, but Arsenal just crowd out their man. And Vitinha goes sliding in. Paris Saint-Germain want a penalty. They're not going to get it for that. And it is now Paris Saint-Germain who have the ball on the left-hand side with Nuno Mendes. Nuno Mendes feeds it to Vichy Kvaratskhelia. Kvaratskhelia goes back in field towards Nuno Mendes, and Nuno Mendes towards Vitinha. And Vitinha goes right-hand side now and finds Hakimi. Hakimi goes right flank in turn, and Paris Saint-Germain are in possession. And Marquinhos now gathers the ball and finds Vitinha. Vitinha feeds it forwards now for the effort on goal from Desiree Doué, who did bag a brace against Inter Milan in the final last year, but that strike is over the crossbar, and the 20-year-old looks frustrated with himself, and Arsenal are creeping towards half-time. So Paris Saint-Germain and Luis Enrique have got some serious work to do at the interval. 2.5 minutes played of the allocated 6 at the end of the first half. It is now towards Bukayo Saka, and now Kai Havertz just outside the Paris Saint-Germain penalty. And apart from that goal from Kai Havertz, Arsenal have offered absolutely nothing, but that might change here. Kai Havertz inside the penalty area, chance to make it 2, and it's gathered by Safanov, and that was potentially an absolutely massive moment in the 2026 Champions League final, because Kai Havertz had the opportunity to put it past Safanov from 8 yards out and give Arsenal a 2-goal advantage going into half-time. Couldn't do so. And will that be the moment that potentially turns this game back in favour of Paris Saint-Germain? Arsenal still lead, of course, by a goal to nil, but that's a huge moment. A huge, huge moment you feel in the final. Here is Vicha Kvaratskhelia. Kvaratskhelia has it left-hand side for Paris Saint-Germain. Hasn't been able to get anything out of Mosquera so far. Nuno Mendes, infield, Vitinha, 40 yards from goal. Vitinha's been the dominant force, really, in terms of possession for Paris Saint-Germain so far in the final. And Paris Saint-Germain have a corner now on their right-hand side. 3.5 of the 6 minutes played at the end of the opening 45. And Paris Saint-Germain will have time to take this corner kick. And it's a corner that, well, the referee's just stopped the game momentarily because there's been a bit of pushing and shoving inside the area, but they haven't been able to do anything really with the corners that they've had so far. Have Paris Saint-Germain. And so it is going to be a corner kick then, which Paris Saint-Germain will take on that right-hand side. It's looped into the penalty area. Saliba, though, wins it comfortably. And Paris Saint-Germain, again, really impotent from set-piece situations. Vitinha rolls his studs over the ball, and Vitinha just pokes it left-hand side for Fabian Ruiz. And Fabian Ruiz with the effort on goal, and David Raya does gather. And in the second attempt, actually, David Raya collects the ball. It was Fabian Ruiz with the effort on goal. And Gabriel and Marquinhos were involved in a bit of pushing and shoving, but no penalty. So we creep towards half-time here in Hungary. And Arsenal lead by a goal to nil. We played 5 of the 6 allocated minutes. Hoisted now towards Vicha Kvaratskhelia over the head of Kvaratskhelia, and Arsenal have a throw in, and as Arsenal have been doing all half, they will take their time over this one. Absolutely no rush whatsoever. With a chance for Kai Havertz a moment or so ago. It was a really good block at the end by Marquinhos, and then it looped up into the arms of Safanov. And Arsenal have a throw in now, which they will take on the right-hand side. 5.5 minutes of the 6 being played, and, well, I mean, 3 different Arsenal players have attempted to take this throw-in now, and Declan Rice eventually will take it. We have 40 seconds since they were awarded the throw-in. And Declan Rice is going to launch it into the penalty area. So Declan Rice do hurl the ball into the area. Safanov considered coming. Arsenal are keeping it alive, and that is going to be a corner kick, is it, for Arsenal? With 6 minutes played of the stoppage time allocated at the end of the first half. Indeed, it will be a corner kick, and it's going to be time to take this corner as well. And so it's a corner kick for Arsenal on their right-hand side, and an opportunity to feed the ball into the penalty area right at the end, and a goal for Arsenal here. My goodness, would change the dynamic of things, wouldn't it? So, Arsenal now with the corner, but the half-time whistle does go, and at half-time it's Paris Saint-Germain 0, Arsenal 1, and the referee not allowing the corner kick to be taken because he says they took too long over it. It is Arsenal who lead in the Champions League final against Paris Saint-Germain. Kai Havertz's goal on 6 minutes. at the start of the second half at the Puskás Arena in Budapest, Hungary. It is the 47th time this season that Arsenal have led by a goal to nil. Kvaratskhelia is looking for options, trying to find a way through on that left flank. Goes left-hand side, now the cross into the penalty area, and Gabriel Magalhaes is there to slice it away for Arsenal. And Paris Saint-Germain really in that opening 45 minutes of football so poor in terms of what they could produce in their creativity and imagination in the final third. What they're really known for, Paris Saint-Germain, the free-flowing, attacking football. Saw so much of it in the semi-final, the two legs against Bayern Munich, didn't we? But Paris Saint-Germain seeking back-to-back Champions League triumphs are trailing here. There's going to be a yellow card here for Mosquera for time wasting. Christian Mosquera then goes into the notebook, and to be honest with you, given what we saw in the first half and the Arsenal players taking 60 seconds over every single throw in, it's not surprising really that the referees decided to make a bit of a statement at the start of the second half. So Paris Saint-Germain 0, Arsenal 1, and Paris Saint-Germain and Luis Enrique will know that it's got to look a little bit different in the first 5 or 10 minutes here, because I think it would have really frustrated Luis Enrique the manner in which they failed to create anything in that opening 45 minutes. Paris Saint-Germain and Marquinhos have the ball. Marquinhos digs it long and tries to find the run of Dembele. Couldn't quite do so, and here come Arsenal and Saliba. Saliba goes down, wants a free kick. Is he going to get a free kick? He is. And so it's a free kick for Arsenal inside the Paris Saint-Germain half. And an opportunity now for Arsenal once again just to slow the pace of things down. And Declan Rice stands over the free kick. Declan Rice left-hand side finds Leandro Trossard. Trossard has it now on the left flank for Arsenal. Trossard cuts it back in field towards Declan Rice. And Declan Rice right-footed swings the ball into the penalty area. Paris Saint-Germain, though, managed to get it away, and Arsenal do retrieve the ball once again. Arsenal 45 minutes away from something truly special in the history of their football club. But Paris Saint-Germain, you feel, will surely be better in the second 45 minutes. Can't be as bad, really, in terms of what they managed to create in the final third. That goal from Kai Havertz separated the two teams. Of course, Kai Havertz, whose goal won the 2021 final between Chelsea and Manchester City, has scored again in the final tonight. Trossard has the ball now for Arsenal, and Trossard feeds it towards Declan Rice, and Declan Rice gathers the ball just outside the centre circle. Now it's collected by Saliba, and Saliba to Martin Ødegaard, and Ødegaard loses out. Kvaratskhelia tried to go past Ødegaard, couldn't quite do so, and the ball is out of play for a throw-in for Paris Saint-Germain. So Paris Saint-Germain have the ball right at the back now with Safanov. Safanov, who did pick up a head injury in the first half, managed to shake it off though, and it is now Marquinhos, the captain, who slides it right-hand side now for Paris Saint-Germain. Gathered by Dembele. Dembele just gliding infield, and Dembele feeds it infield now towards Vitinha. Vitinha now left-hand side, and Paris Saint-Germain will come once again. It is Paris Saint-Germain with Vitinha. Vitinha to João Neves. João Neves, the 21-year-old, back to Vitinha, and a pattern starting to emerge in the second half that we saw in the first, as Vitinha has the ball again now for Paris Saint-Germain, and Vitinha's trying to go all the way through, and instead he feeds it in towards the run of Vitinha. Well, Vitinha trying to poke it through in the end towards Nuno Mendes, who made the overlapping run, didn't quite come off. That's not going to be a free kick though for Arsenal, and Paris Saint-Germain will come again. Fabian Ruiz left-hand side to Kvaratskhelia. Kvaratskhelia goes towards Doué. Doué was anonymous in the first half. Doué's cross into the penalty area beyond everyone, and out of play for a goal kick for Arsenal. And of course there are plenty of options in terms of substitutions for Paris Saint-Germain. You feel the likes of Barcola and Gonzalo Ramos may well be called into action later on for Luis Enrique and for Paris Saint-Germain. But for now, David Raya has the ball for Arsenal. David Raya smashes it over halfway, and it is now Saka who gathers, and Arsenal know that they just need to replicate that incredibly impressive defensive performance in the first half for them to win the Champions League tonight in Budapest. So it is Paris Saint-Germain who have the ball just outside their own penalty area game with Vitinha, and that's been a feature of the contest so far, and Arsenal not really applying too much pressure on Vitinha. Vitinha just trying to invite almost Ødegaard onto him so that they can create a little bit more space in the centre of the field. Paris Saint-Germain have it again now through Nuno Mendes and Vitinha. Vitinha in towards Featuring Kvaratskhelia. Kvaratskhelia has it again, hurdles the challenge, inside the centre circle. Got the option of Dembele right-hand side. Luis Enrique applauding the effort. Dembele now has the ball on the right flank for Paris Saint-Germain, but Nkapie is there, and Nkapie will stab it away and towards halfway. And it goes all the way back now to Safanov, and Safanov does gather and feeds it forwards now in the left back spot. And now here come Paris Saint-Germain once again. Safanov has it again. Safanov has the ball inside his own penalty area. Paris Saint-Germain have completed 345 passes to Arsenal's 84. Free kick for Paris Saint-Germain just outside their own area. Nkapie is penalised and he wags a finger in the general direction of the referee. So PSG coming forwards now outside their own penalty area. And it is going to be an opportunity for Pacho to bring the ball up and towards halfway. And now Paris Saint-Germain have it once again outside their own centre circle, gathered by Fabien Ruiz. Fabien Ruiz towards the halfway line, and Fabien Ruiz now feeds it towards Dembele, and Dembele gathers the ball and tries to pick it in towards Doué on the halfway line. Couldn't quite do so, and it is now going to be a throw-in for Paris Saint-Germain right-hand side. It is now gathered by Fabien Ruiz again, but the throw-in actually has gone in Arsenal's favour on the left-hand side, and the rather stuttered nature of the first half, which really suited Arsenal clearly, as they lead by a goal to nil, was very, very effective for them in the first period, and they've created something similar in the second half, where there's a lack of fluency about Paris Saint-Germain when they're on the ball. I can't imagine it'll be too long before Dembele and Doué and Kvaratskhelia are asked big questions of Luis Enrique in terms of whether they're going to be substituted or not. It is Safanov who gathers the ball now for Paris Saint-Germain. Arsenal know every minute that passes they are closer to Champions League glory. It is now Paris Saint-Germain who have the ball on the left-hand side. It was flicked forward towards Doué. Doué couldn't get on the end of it though. And it goes back now to David Raya. Left-footed David Raya slices the ball away and towards the halfway line. And it is now going to be a free kick for Paris Saint-Germain, which clearly they want to take quickly. And Joao Neves wants to take it quickly just outside the centre circle. Joao Neves goes left-hand side now to Pacho, and Pacho to Nuno Mendes. And here it is now, gathered by Paris Saint-Germain on the left-hand side. And Kvaratskhelia does collect, and Mosquera is in close proximity. And now it's going to be a throw-in on the left-hand side, which Fabien Ruiz will take. Paris Saint-Germain 0, Arsenal 1 is the score. And it's gathered now at the back by Paris Saint-Germain again. And Marquinhos will collect. And Marquinhos does have the ball and feeds it now to the right-hand side and Dembele. Dembele against Nkapie has played really well in the game so far. Nkapie. It's a neat turn by Joao Neves inside the penalty area, but his final pass was a poor one. But Paris Saint-Germain are trying to win the ball back. Are they going to win it back? No, because Erdegaard comes away with the ball. Now the free kick has been awarded for Paris Saint-Germain, around about 35 yards from goal. And there's going to be a yellow card shown here for Saka. And so Saka is penalised, and it is a free kick now for Arsenal. A free kick for Arsenal to defend, I should say, because Saka went over the top of the ball, and so that's why he was indeed yellow carded. And it is a free kick for Paris Saint-Germain. So Saka yellow carded. Paris Saint-Germain 0, Arsenal 1. Free kick though, which Hakimi is standing over. So too is Vitinha. And likewise, Nuno Mendes wants to be part of the conversation. The free kick is run at 35 yards from goal. Dead central. Joao Neves is now walking away from the situation, and David Raya is orchestrating 1 or 2 in the wall. So it looks as though Bradley Barcolla's going to come on as well momentarily. But it looks to me like Nuno Mendes might fancy this left-footed. Hakimi's also there. Hakimi will strike it into the gloves of David Raya. It's not a particularly good free kick, if truth be told. Very comfortable for David Raya. From that kind of range, it was going to take something truly special to indeed beat David Raya from that range. So forward now towards the halfway line. Floated forwards towards Marquinhos. And Marquinhos manages to gather, and Pacho now will keep it moving left-hand side. Kvaratskhelia comes away with the ball. Kvaratskhelia now just outside the penalty area. Kvaratskhelia has it now for Paris Saint-Germain. And it is now gathered on the left-hand side by the corner flag. And it is Kvaratskhelia who collects once again. And now gathered by Marquinhos. And Marquinhos feeds it right-hand side now. And they will come once again with Paris Saint-Germain. It is João Neves. João Neves has the ball and finds Hakimi. Hakimi feeds it infield to PSG on that left-hand side, and feature Kvaratskhelia. And Kvaratskhelia just feeds it back in field now for Paris Saint-Germain, but once again it's so stuttered, it's so tight in there because Arsenal really have blockaded the edge of their own penalty area. Attack versus defence as it was in the first half. Gathered now on the left-hand side by Paris Saint-Germain once more. Collected by Kvaratskhelia just outside the penalty area on that left flank. Kvaratskhelia hangs up the cross, and Hakimi tries to pick up the pieces, but Trossard will actually get there. Trossard goes down, that's not a free kick, and Hakimi does gather. Hakimi now in towards Fabian Ruiz, and Fabian Ruiz tried to pick out Dembele, didn't quite come off, and Arsenal and Trossard have it at the back, and David Raya smashes it away towards Kai Havertz. And Kai Havertz now against Pacho, and Pacho goes down, clutching his head, and that's going to be a free kick for Paris Saint-Germain. And they're obviously very keen to take it quickly. Is the double substitution going to come in now for Luis Enrique and PSG? So it will be a free kick now for Paris Saint-Germain deep inside their own half, and they have offered precious little really going forwards in the contest. David Raya is having a look at the wall this way and that. It is Paris Saint-Germain who have the ball, and it is Fabian Ruiz who gathers. Now Fabian Ruiz offloads to Vitinha, and Vitinha inside the centre circle. Vitinha scoops it right-hand side for Hakimi, right in front of Luis Enrique. Luis Enrique cutting an increasingly agitated figure on the touchline. Gathered now by Fabian Ruiz. Fabian Ruiz, right-hand side for Paris Saint-Germain. Everyone behind the ball as ever for Mikel Arteta's men. Marquinhos goes left-hand side now, and Paris Saint-Germain prodding and probing and trying to find a way to unstitch this Arsenal back line. Might come here as Nuno Mendes goes forwards, but that's going to be a free kick for Arsenal inside their own penalty area, and they will take their time over that as Saka is fouled. And so it's Paris Saint-Germain 0, Arsenal 1. And Kai Havertz's goal, as it stands, is giving Arsenal the Champions League trophy for the first time in their history. 58 minutes on the clock, still the double substitution is yet to come in for Paris Saint-Germain. Luis Enrique maybe just waiting a couple more minutes to pull the trigger here. He'll be so disappointed by the performance of the front three, especially today. And the ball is out of play for a throw-in for PSG in their own left-back slot. And it is going to be a throw-in now on the left-hand side for Paris Saint-Germain. So, throw-in left-hand side for PSG. And it is now going to be collected by Safanov, and Safanov goes right-hand side to Marquinhos. Marquinhos, the captain, in towards Vitinha. All of this being played outside the Paris Saint-Germain penalty area. And now, eventually, it goes back in field towards Vitinha. Vitinha towards Marquinhos, and Marquinhos does gather. Marquinhos goes right-hand side now and finds Dembele. Dembele just trying to out-muscle Capia, and Dembele feeds it left-hand side for Kvaratskhelia. Kvaratskhelia infield towards Vitinha. Vitinha goes back to Pacho. Arsenal applying a little bit more of a high press here and winning it back as well inside the PSG half. Is that going to be a free kick? Indeed it is, and Saka is penalised. He's on a yellow card for Kai Saka. Be well observed to walk away from the situation here. And Saka came across João Neves, and so the free kick is awarded. Half an hour left to play. It's now collected by Fabian Ruiz, and Fabian Ruiz has the ball inside the centre circle, gathered by Marquinhos on the right-hand side. Marquinhos feeds it forwards now, and another chance potentially for Paris Saint-Germain, but the final cross isn't a good one, and Doué was lurking and waiting for it. They will hope, Paris Saint-Germain, that further gaps start to emerge as they come forward. Kvaratskhelia now tries to get the ball into the penalty area, couldn't quite. It will be a corner kick now on that left-hand side, and it is gathered on the left-hand side now, and an opportunity to feed the ball into the penalty area. Kvaratskhelia has got blood gushing down his leg as Hakimi picks up the ball now just outside the penalty area, dead central. 61 minutes on the clock. PSG 0, Arsenal 1. If the referee sees that blood coming down Kvaratskelia's leg, he's going to have to be substituted here. Georgian does have it just outside the area. Kvaratskhelia in towards Dembele. Dembele in towards Kvaratskhelia. Penalty. It's a penalty for Paris Saint-Germain. Immediately awarded. Declan Rice complains, but I don't think there could be any doubt here. Referee had a wonderful position, and Kvaratskhelia went down. And both sets of players are arguing here. Well. Is there going to be a second yellow card issued here? It's a penalty for Paris Saint-Germain, awarded on 61 minutes inside the penalty area. The players are surrounding the referee. Of course, VAR is going to have a look to confirm this. But inside the penalty area, Kvaratskhelia just showed very clever feet. He was definitely inside. It's definitely a foul. And, well, it's Mosquera who definitely tangles with Kvaratskhelia. It's a clear penalty. It's going to be a penalty here for Paris Saint-Germain. The only question is, I don't think there'll be any question whatsoever that this will be overturned. It's a clear penalty, so Paris Saint-Germain have the opportunity to equalise from 12 yards out. So, it's a penalty for Paris Saint-Germain. Kvaratskhelia fouled inside the confines of the penalty area, and an opportunity from 12 yards then for PSG to get back on level terms in the Champions League final. There's a penalty check ongoing, but I cannot imagine this will be anything other than confirmation, because there's no question that there was a tangle of legs and Kvaratskhelia was indeed fouled. So a penalty awarded, penalty check is over. It is going to be a penalty then for Paris Saint-Germain. Mosquera fouling Kvaratskhelia inside the area, and a spot kick now and an opportunity. Mosquera came across Kvaratskhelia and he went down, and the legs tangled, and there was a clear collision. And so now Paris Saint-Germain have an opportunity from 12 yards out to get back on level terms. It is going to be a penalty for Paris Saint-Germain. If Paris Saint-Germain wanted Mosquera sent off, but he's already on a yellow card after time wasting in the first couple of minutes of the second half. And a penalty for PSG. And it's going to be a penalty which David Raya will be faced eyeball to eyeball against Vitinha. Had a few penalty takers this season at Paris Saint-Germain. They haven't been particularly prolific, actually, from the spot this season. But the Paris Saint-Germain supporters now are in fabulous voice as their side have an opportunity to get back on level terms. So, David Raya on the line. He's being told not to venture away from the line by the referee. And in fact, Vitinha's given the ball. Well, the Arsenal players are still having a chat with the referee. I mean, the decision is over. The penalty has indeed been awarded. And it is going to be now Ousmane Dembele to step up. And he does indeed slot the ball into the back of the net. And Paris Saint-Germain are level in the Champions League final. It's PSG 1, it's Arsenal 1. And Ousmane Dembele just slotted the ball clean past David Raya's outstretched right arm. They've been knocking and knocking and knocking at the door, and eventually it comes via a spot kick. But the Champions League defending champions are level. PSG 1, Arsenal 1. Well, Ousmane Dembele from 12 yards, right-footed, just feasted into the back of the net. It's a very clean penalty from Dembele, and Paris Saint-Germain on level terms in the final. Arsenal defended so well up until that point. There were substitutions about to be incoming for Luis Enrique's men, but ultimately it is An equalising goal for PSG. The foul from Mosquera on Kvaratskhelia. And Ousmane Dembele scoring his 20th goal of the season across all competitions to bring Paris Saint-Germain back into the game. And now we've got a final on our hands. And Jurrien Timber's going to come on here for Arsenal. So, Timber on, Mosquera off. Mosquera, I think, had a bit on a yellow hand, conceding that penalty. Mikel Arteta couldn't take any chances at all, could he? So it is going to be Victor Gyökeres as well, who's going to come on here for Martin Odegaard. So Gyökeres will lead the line, and Kai Havertz will just drop in, I think, a play where Odegaard was prior to that. And Arsenal are going to get us up and underway again. 66 minutes on the clock. Paris Saint-Germain 1, Arsenal 1. And Paris Saint-Germain are back on level terms. And it is a throw-in now on the right-hand side for Arsenal. And the Arsenal fans started to make their voices heard once again. Might have taken 1-1 Arsenal at this stage in the game, 66 minutes. But after Kai Havertz had got that early goal on 6 minutes, Paris Saint-Germain really, until that moment where Mosquera makes the foul, hadn't really looked like troubling Arsenal at all. It is a free kick now for Paris Saint-Germain, which clearly they want to take quickly, and Lewis Skelly is complaining. Lewis Skelly, of course, playing in midfield today. Martin Zubimendi played 3/4 of the season, really, alongside Declan Rice, and then Lewis Skelly taking his place in the starting lineup over the last couple of months of the campaign. João Neves does gather, and João Neves feeds it back infield towards Pacha, and Pacha goes now towards Marquinhos, and Marquinhos feeds it down the line, and it is now hoisted forwards towards Gyökeres, and Paris Saint-Germain clip it away towards Kvaratskhelia, but the whistle has gone anyway, and this, well, I think the flag might have been up on the far side, and Jurrien Timber, who's just been on the field a couple of minutes, just calls for a little bit of calm in the Arsenal ranks. It is Paris Saint-Germain 1, Arsenal 1. It was an early goal from Kai Havertz that gave Arsenal the lead before the equalising goal scored from the penalty spot from Ousmane Dembele. And now Paris Saint-Germain have the ball again, and it is gathered now by João Neves, and João Neves goes back towards Pacha, and Pacha left-hand side now for Nuno Mendes, and Nuno Mendes into midfield. And here come Paris Saint-Germain once more. It's cleverly done, playing with a little bit more of a swagger now, a little bit more trademark Paris Saint-Germain this. Hakimi inside the area, right-hand side. Hakimi's ball into the penalty. It was actually just outside the area when he fed the ball in. Comes off in Capiet and behind for a corner kick. And Arsenal need to get through these 5 minutes or so, because Paris Saint-Germain have their tails up, and Dembele's going to take the corner. Dembele then will take the corner for Paris Saint-Germain on the right-hand side. And so it is going to be the ball taken short, actually, to Doué. And Desiré Doué has the ball inside the area, and he's just got his studs over the ball. He's toying with one or two Arsenal players, trying to find a way through. Goes back to Hakimi. Hakimi feeds it right-hand side now for Dembele. Dembele left-footed, swings the ball in, but it's beyond everyone. And now to play for a goal kick, and that's rather a waste for Ousmane Dembele. And I think the substitutions will come in now for Paris Saint-Germain. So, Paris Saint-Germain 1, Arsenal 1. Dembele's penalty, the equalising goal for Paris Saint-Germain after Kai Havertz had scored the opener for Arsenal. Of course, as it stands, we are heading for extra time in the Champions League final. Paris Saint-Germain 1, Arsenal 1. Dembele 8 goals in 13 matches in the Champions League this season. And ...20 minutes left to play, and we are having now another rehydration break, so we will go into the fourth quarter of the contest with the score locked at 1 apiece. So 20 minutes left to play at the Puskás Arena in Budapest, Hungary. Arsenal looking for their first Champions League final. Paris Saint-Germain looking to defend the trophy. There's a glorious atmosphere here. It's a very, very mild late spring, early summer evening in Budapest. And there's 20 minutes of pulsating football still to be played here. Do not go anywhere, because Champions League finals often do come right down to the wire. Of course, the 5-0 last season, somewhat of an anomaly really, with Paris Saint-Germain just sweeping Inter Milan away. And so, ball is hoisted forwards now for Arsenal. Paris Saint-Germain do win the header on the edge of their own penalty area. And it's gathered now by Arsenal again, and Trossard continued the... thought about the striker goal. In the end, Paris Saint-Germain just dig it away themselves, and it's gathered now by Doué. Still no substitutions, by the way, for Paris Saint-Germain in the game. So this is the starting 11. I mean, 10 of the 11 started last year's Champions League final, and Luis Enrique sticking with what he's got now. Paris Saint-Germain 1, Arsenal 1. PSG coming from behind to equalise. Arsenal, of course, led in the other Champions League final that they played against Barcelona until the 76th minute. And David Raya's clearance isn't a particularly good one. And here come Paris Saint-Germain, and they have the ball now through Dembele inside the penalty area. Ousmane Dembele. Dembele's effort's a poor one, just studded it wide of the upright. He's clearly frustrated with himself. Claps his hands together, does Ousmane Dembele. As though he should be making far better connection with the ball than that. It's just about onside. Dembele was flanked against Jurrien Timber, opted to go alone. And one or two Paris Saint-Germain players in the middle felt as though the ball should have been played to him. So 1-1 the score, less than 20 minutes to play. We're heading to extra time as it stands. And it is now collected by João Neves. João Neves towards the halfway line. Now it is gathered once again by Kvaratskhelia, who won the penalty. Kvaratskhelia has the ball on the left-hand side now for Paris Saint-Germain. They've had 9 attempts, 3 of which on target. Kvaratskhelia twisting and turning just outside the area on the left-hand side. João Neves feeds it to Vitinha. Vitinha 30 yards from goal, might fancy it. Vitinha's efforts was dipping, but always 5 yards or so above David Raya's goal. And Vitinha just calling for a little bit of extra energy from the PSG ranks as the ball flew over the crossbar. So PSG 1, Arsenal 1 is the score, and it is now flicked on by Kai Havertz, and Pacho tried to deal with it, couldn't get there, and Kai Havertz has the ball, feeds it through, and Safanov does manage to gather, because Bukayo Saka was racing onto the ball, and just a little bit of a warning sign there, a warning sign that Arsenal are still dangerous, and the Paris Saint-Germain can't afford to switch off for a split second. Here comes Hakimi. Hakimi has the ball now and goes right-hand side and collected by Doué. Doué back in field towards Vitinha. Vitinha to Pacho. Pacho goes towards Fabian Ruiz, and Fabian Ruiz just outside the penalty area. Fabian Ruiz now pokes it left-hand side, and here come Paris Saint-Germain again through Kvaratskhelia. Kvaratskhelia in towards Fabian Ruiz. Fabian Ruiz now towards Vitinha, and Vitinha goes back in field, and here come Paris Saint-Germain again with Marquinhos. Marquinhos right-hand side and Hakimi. Hakimi to Marquinhos, and Marquinhos goes left-hand side now, gathered by Pacho. Pacho to the left-hand side once again for Paris Saint-Germain. 74.5 minutes play. Paris Saint-Germain 1, Arsenal 1. Collected now by Hakimi, and Hakimi with the ball forwards, which didn't quite come off, and Gyökeres goes to Trossard, and Trossard cuts back in field well, and Trossard now inside the centre circle, and Leandro Trossard twisting and turning, and Trossard goes left-hand side now for Arsenal, and Trossard again inside the centre circle, and Trossard goes down. He's won a free kick for Arsenal, and they will take their time over this, and they've just weathered that little storm, haven't they? So it is a free kick then for Arsenal. which David Raya is going to take just inside his own half. PSG 1, Arsenal 1. 15 minutes played here at the Puskás Arena. Kai Havertz has the ball now. The Arsenal goal scorer, and he's going to loop it all the way back towards David Raya, who's deep inside his own half. And David Raya, left-footed now, swings the ball forwards towards the edge of the penalty area. And it's gathered by Trossard. And now gathered by Gyökeres. And Gyökeres goes left-hand side to Trossard. And Trossard to Gyökeres. And Gyökeres with a smart turn. And it's gathered by Trossard towards the penalty area. And Trossard now has the ball once again. And Nkapia does collect. And Nkapia feeds the ball into the penalty area beyond everyone. Jurrien Timber will just pick up the pieces right-hand side, 2 yards in from the touchline. And Jurrien Timber now to Saka. And Saka has the ball. And he had a ping at goal to Bukayo Saka just outside the area on the right-hand side. Header is now flicked forwards. Now, great chance for Arsenal. Was so close to a really good chance for Jurrien Timber inside the penalty area. This is a really good spell this for Arsenal. And it's Bukayo Saka who might fancy it. And Paris Saint-Germain just want to poke it away and do. But all of a sudden, Arsenal look like they're playing some good stuff. But here comes Kvaratskhelia. Kvaratskhelia approaching the edge of the penalty area. He's got two options inside. Still Kvaratskhelia with the efforts. And it's deflected wide for a corner. And I think Ousmane Dembele wanted the ball played square. And the angle was tight for the Georgian. And in the end, the defensive cover proved to be enough to ricochet the ball away for a corner kick. But Kvaratskhelia in those kind of situations, so dangerous. The break was on for Arsenal. It was completely misread, wasn't it? At the back by Saliba. And then Kvaratskhelia inside the area. Well, he's actually struck the frame of the goal, you know. Might have taken a nick off the defender too. In fact, he definitely did, because a corner kick's been given. Here come Paris Saint-Germain again into the penalty area. And that one's going to go behind, is it, for a corner? And so it's another corner for Paris Saint-Germain. The game feels a little bit more open now from the neutral perspective. And it is going to be another corner kick then for Paris Saint-Germain on their left-hand side. 12 minutes left to play. In comes the corner. It's a really poor corner kick, that one, out of play over David Raya's goal, and Dembele's got to be frustrated with that. Paris Saint-Germain 1, Arsenal 1. Still no changes for PSG so far. Timber and Gyökeres on for Arsenal, and I wonder if just the suggestion is that Luis Enrique wants to wait until extra time maybe to make the changes, but there might not be an extra time, because here comes Saka, Bukayo Saka trying to find a way through. Paris Saint-Germain scrape it away, but Arsenal look more dangerous the last 10 minutes or so. Kai Havertz with the opening goal on 6 minutes. Paris Saint-Germain have won the ball back here, and it is going to be an opportunity on the left-hand side for PSG, and they have it now, but there's a tangle of bodies, and it's going to be a free kick for Arsenal in the right-back slot, and Lewis Skelly just wins the free kick in the end against Doué. So, 10 minutes left to play in Hungary. And it's Paris Saint-Germain 1, Arsenal 1. Luis Enrique talking to one or two members of his coaching staff. And Madueke is going to come on now for Arsenal. And so too is Martinelli. Still no substitutions, but Paris Saint-Germain, really rare these days, by the way. Of course, in previous years gone by. Here's Trossard with an opportunity. And Paris Saint-Germain just poke it away in the end from inside their own penalty area. Of course, since the 5 substitution rule, very rare for a coach to go 80 minutes without making a substitution. Here is Kvaratskhelia, who bowls it right-hand side now for Hakimi. Hakimi finds Dembele. Dembele, who scored the penalty to equalise for Paris Saint-Germain. And the last 15 minutes actually has been a little bit tighter in terms of possession. Paris Saint-Germain with 58% possession and Arsenal with 42%. But the double substitution incoming for Arsenal. Martinelli and Madueke are going to come on. You would imagine that Trossard and Saka will be the two players to be replaced. Vitinha has the ball. He's run the game, Vitinha, for Paris Saint-Germain. Now gathered by Nuno Mendes. Nuno Mendes to Vitinha. Vitinha again, the number 17 for Paris Saint-Germain. Vitinha has the ball and right footed finds Marquinhos, the captain. Marquinhos up and over halfway, right-hand side now Hakimi. Right in front of his boss, Luis Enrique. Luis Enrique screaming at Dembele to come a little bit tighter to the action. And it is now gathered by Paris Saint-Germain on the left-hand side, and Kvaratskhelia, who won the penalty. Now, Nuno Mendes in towards Kvaratskhelia. Kvaratskhelia has it. Kvaratskhelia approaching the edge of the penalty area, is inside the area, twisting, turning, seeking a moment to go in his favour. It doesn't do so, and Arsenal now will break. And Arsenal do have an option through the middle, but Paris Saint-Germain win the ball back inside the Arsenal half. Chance now for Paris Saint-Germain on the left-hand side, inside the penalty area. How's the cross? It's going to come off an Arsenal player and behind off Saliba, I think, for another corner kick for Paris Saint-Germain. So it is now a corner kick which will be taken by Paris Saint-Germain on their left-hand side. And it's a corner kick which Dembele is going to swing in. Luis Skelly's down inside the penalty area for now, and the referee, I think, just intervening, making sure nothing untoward has happened. Marquinhos got the arm up on Luis Skelly, but there wasn't too much in that. Luis Skelly and Marquinhos sharing a moment together. And 82 minutes on the clock as the corner kick is swept in, but the header is off target by Pacho. And here comes the double substitution. Madueke and Martinelli are coming on. And Trossard is one of the two players to be replacing so too Bukayo Saka. So like for like, really. Madueke will go on that right-hand side, and Martinelli on the left-hand side. There's a little shake of the head from Saka. Hasn't been his best game, but really it's been difficult for the Arsenal attacking players tonight. Saka with 3 goals and 2 assists in the Champions League this season. He won't be able to add to that. Here comes the double substitution then. And Kvaratskhelia is coming off here for Barcola in Paris Saint-Germain's first substitution. I think that might have injured himself there, Kvaratskhelia, a moment or so ago, in fact. And Barcola, who is a really talented footballer, Bradley Barcola, he's on. So 7 minutes left to play, plus extra time and possibly penalties in Hungary. Unless there could be a chance now for Kai Havertz to get on the end of it inside the area. Then Victor Gyökeres. Victor Gyökeres does gather. Victor Gyökeres on the left-hand side. And it goes now to Nkapie. Nkapie back to Gabriel. Gabriel to Nkapie. Nkapie pokes it forwards looking for Kai Havertz. Kai Havertz in towards Nkapie. Nkapie forward now once more. Could be a chance for Victor Gyökeres, but Marquinhos is there to launch it away. And Marquinhos does indeed smash the ball away. Now Arsenal have a throw in, and Nkapie considered taking it, but Declan Rice will take it because he's got the longer throw. And a goal now would really feel like the winner. Paris Saint-Germain 1, Arsenal 1. Declan Rice, the Arsenal captain, is going to take the throw. And he's going to swing the ball into the penalty area. So Declan Rice now with the long throw on the left-hand side. Declan Rice level with the edge of the Paris Saint-Germain penalty area. Does swing it into the penalty area. And it's scraped away by Paris Saint-Germain. But it is now Saliba who just retrieves the ball. Madueke with a touch. Collected now by Fabian Ruiz, who pokes it forward towards Barcola. Bradley Barcola will gather. Bradley Barcola now, his touch was a little bit heavy, was it? He's going to get there just in time, is David Raya. It's really good goalkeeping that from the Spaniard. And he rolls it out instantaneously. And Barcola's touch was a little bit too heavy, wasn't it? Here is an opportunity, though, for Paris Saint-Germain again. Barcola, was he onside? Flag stays down. Barcola has the ball inside the area. But Arsenal come away with it. And here is Martinelli. Martinelli is robbed of possession, though, by Marquinhos. Here is the captain, Marquinhos. Marquinhos now to Vitinha. Vitinha let fly and cannoned away. And Paris Saint-Germain now have the ball back with Safin off deep inside his own half. The PSG goalkeeper. So, read that really well, did the keeper, David Raya, because just identified that Barcola was just overrunning it slightly. That allowed David Raya to come out in time and make the save. 5 minutes left to play in the Champions League final. Extra time is incoming unless one of these two sides can get a late goal, and it would surely be the winner at this stage. It is now Hakimi who does collect. Hakimi has the ball and finds Barcola, and then it is Doué with the touch. And here come Paris Saint-Germain once more. Gathered them on the left-hand side. And it is Fabian Ruiz. And Fabian Ruiz to Vitinha. Vitinha to Marquinhos. And Marquinhos now to Hakimi. And Hakimi just goes on the outside. And Hakimi tries to feed the ball into the area. Can't quite do so. And so it's out of play for a throw in. Couple of minutes left to play. Paris Saint-Germain 1, Arsenal 1. Dembele takes the corner kick into the penalty area. Madueke is there. Vitinha clips it back into a dangerous position, but it's sliced away now, and here come Arsenal. And here could be an opportunity. All of a sudden, it's 3 against 3. It's Kai Havertz. He's got Gyökeres and Madueke in support. The ball is a poor one. And Gyökeres wanted it played. It was Martinelli, in fact, who tried to stab it forwards, couldn't do so. And now 1 or 2 errors starting to creep in. Now 1 or 2 gaps starting to emerge. Makes for a really good final from the neutral perspective. And here come Paris Saint-Germain once more. Game does feel open. A little bit more in terms of tired legs and minds out there, you feel. Only one substitution though for Paris Saint-Germain so far in the game, with Kvaratskhelia coming off and Barcola taking his place. So Paris Saint-Germain have the ball now on the left-hand side. 3 minutes to the 90 left to play. Gathered by Vitinha. Vitinha feeds it to Marquinhos. Marquinhos sprays it right-hand side now for Doué. Desiré Doué. What can he conjure? Doué to Hakimi. Hakimi will ping the ball into the area. The header comes off Timber in the end. And goes left-hand side for Paris Saint-Germain. Back in it goes. Hakimi is there. And I think he got the last touch on it, so it'll be a goal kick for Arsenal as we nudge towards the 90-minute mark. So it is still 1-1 the score. And Paris Saint-Germain 1, Arsenal 1 is the score. Luis Enrique has his arms crossed inside the technical area, watching on as the ball is lofted long by David Raya, and it's flicked on towards Victor Gyökeres, and Gyökeres is just ousted out of possession momentarily as Paris Saint-Germain poke the ball towards halfway. It's going to be thrown for Arsenal inside their own half. Nkapia takes it, and now Arsenal will build from deep. I mentioned Arsenal have certainly been better in the last 10 or 15 minutes. Created a couple of half chances, not least a moment or so ago, and Madueke had the opportunity to try to find, or Martinelli I should say, had the opportunity to try to find Madueke. Forward by David Raya, and now gathered by PSG. Deep, and Nuno Mendes feeds it long to the right-hand side, and here is Doué. Doué's inside the penalty area. Doué tries to poke it square and does. Vitinha's effort just licks the top of the netting after clearing the crossbar. And David Raya's down with cramp here on 89 minutes, but Vitinha's had a couple of goes from range. That's probably the best he's had all game. And for that kind of position after Doué had teed him up right on the perimeter of the penalty area, he will feel as though he's got to make the goalkeeper work from there. Doué just glided inside and eventually just prodded the ball to Vitinha. And it's a really good chance for Vitinha to test David Raya. It's on his right boot, and it's just up and over the crossbar. Wasn't too far away at all. How he would dearly love another go at that one. 90-minute mark then. Paris Saint-Germain 1, Arsenal 1 in the Champions League final. To extra time we're going to go. David Raya is receiving a little bit of treatment for cramp here. Stoppage time at the end of the 90. 6 additional minutes is going to be at the end of the 90. Both sets of supporters are probably half an hour, 45 minutes away, including the shootout, to finding out who is going to be crowned Champions League winners in 2026. Kai Havertz scoring on 6 minutes, and then the equalising goal for Paris Saint-Germain, a penalty from Dembele on 65. That is as it stands in the contest. So, David Raya, I think, is going to live to tell the tale, and he's back up on his feet. He's receiving that. Receiving a little bit of treatment for cramp. Paris Saint-Germain 1, Arsenal 1 then, and Gabriel Magalhaes, the Brazilian, is going to take the goal kick instead of David Raya as he smashes it towards Victor Gyökeres. 1.5 minutes of the sixth play, but many of those were when David Raya was still receiving a bit of treatment for cramp, so might be closer to 7 minutes or so here. Here's Bradley Barcola. It's a really good challenge actually by Declan Rice, right on halfway, the Arsenal captain. What a season he has had, Declan Rice. Magnificent, really. The Arsenal captain, Premier League winner, justifying the big fee paid by Arsenal from West Ham and Dembele is now feeling a little bit of cramp or maybe something on the hamstring. He's just clutching his right leg. 2 minutes of the sixth play. Dembele's not moving freely at all, and Luis Enrique is going to be forced into a substitution here, I think. It's a throw in forward towards Barcola. The header down, and now Arsenal will float it forwards towards Victor Gyökeres. Gyökeres with a turn, but Vitinha gathers, and Vitinha's been bundled over by Kai Havertz, and so it will be a free kick. I think it was Victor Gyökeres in the end, actually, who gave Vitinha a little bit of a nudge. 2.5 minutes played of the allocated 6 at the end of the 90. Paris Saint-Germain 1, Arsenal 1. If you're just joining us wherever you've been, it's been a fascinating 2026 Champions League final. Gathered on the right-hand side now by Doué. Desiree Doué inside the centre circle to Fabian Ruiz. Fabian Ruiz now, as Gonzalo Ramos is going to be the player to come on, presumably for Ousmane Dembele, who looked like he was really struggling in terms of movement just a moment or so ago. Here is Doué. Doué goes right-hand side now for Hakimi. Hakimi has the ball and finds Doué. Doué to Hakimi. Hakimi goes back in field towards Fabian Ruiz, and Fabian Ruiz just slides it now to Marquinhos. Marquinhos in field to Vitinha. Vitinha now to Marquinhos, and Marquinhos collects again. Marquinhos to Fabian Ruiz. Fabian Ruiz does gather. Fabian Ruiz has the ball and finds Doué, and Doué just trying to glide inside, and Doué fires the ball across the face of goal, and it is now hoisted into the edge of the penalty area, and now it's collected by Marquinhos, and Marquinhos to Fabian Ruiz, and Fabian Ruiz loses out, and here come Paris Saint-Germain again, and it's collected now by Hakimi on the right hand side, and Hakimi feeds it in field towards João Neves. João Neves now towards Marquinhos, and Gonzalo Ramos is still waiting to come on. We played 4 of the allocated 6 minutes. This substitution, if the ball doesn't go out, might have to wait until extra time, you know. Dembele's really not moving that right leg freely whatsoever. Marquinhos goes right hand side for Hakimi. Hakimi infield now for João Neves, and João Neves in towards Vitinha. Vitinha has the ball and goes left hand side now for Pacho. Pacho to Nuno Mendes, and Nuno Mendes left flank again for Paris Saint-Germain. Everyone behind the ball for Arsenal. Vitinha. Vitinha goes right hand side now to Marquinhos. Marquinhos has the ball just outside the penalty area. Marquinhos goes right hand side now for Hakimi. Hakimi wants it again and gets it again. Still no time for the substitution for Paris Saint-Germain. Marquinhos, we played 5 minutes of the allocated 6 at the end of the 90. One apiece to score. A goal now will be the winner. It is Fabian Ruiz just outside the area on his left peg. Fabian Ruiz slides it into the penalty area, and Madueke now will complete the clearance for Arsenal, and Madueke comes away with the ball, and here is Kai Havertz, and here's an opportunity for Arsenal because they've won a free kick, and there's going to be a yellow card here, is there? Yep, there is for João Neves, and it's going to be a substitution now for Paris Saint-Germain. João Neves goes into the notebook, and I think it's a yellow card, you know, João Neves will take, because there was just a sense that Kai Havertz and Arsenal were streaming forwards there. And so João Neves with the foul. And Dembele's off. And Ramos is on. And so we are creeping towards the 6-minute mark in terms of added on time at the end of the 90. So it will be David Raya who's going to smash it long. This would be an incredible way to win the Champions League final if David Raya and Arsenal could produce something for the set piece here. It is Victor Gyökeres and others that are lurking, and David Raya smashes it long. We're trading in seconds now, right at the end of the game. It's kept alive. Marquinhos with a touchdown. Declan Rice was there. Comes to Gabriel Magalhaes. Gabriel Magalhaes to Martinelli, who played the 6 minutes. Martinelli's ball in is a really good one. Header is flicked on. And Fabian Ruiz with the clearance. Now Saliba helps it forwards. Referee has a look at the watch. Still we play on. We played 6 minutes and 20 seconds now. Arsenal need to get the ball into the penalty area. We're heading for extra time unless Arsenal can conjure something on this attack. And Declan Rice with the handball, but Paris Saint-Germain come forwards, and all of a sudden right at the end there's an opportunity for Bradley Barcola. He's clean through on goal against David Raya. Angles acute, and he can't find the back of the net, Bradley Barcola, and Ramos was screaming for it inside. Barcola opted to go alone, and that will take us into extra time. Paris Saint-Germain 1, Arsenal 1. We played the end of stoppage time at the end of the 90 minutes, and that was such a big chance for Barcola. Yes, the angle was acute, but he had the option of Ramos inside. Chose to go alone, Bradley Barcola. Couldn't resist the temptation of the glory and could only find the side netting in the end. And when David Raya clips this forward now, well, in fact, the whistle's gone, and we will go into extra time in the Champions League final. It is Paris Saint-Germain, Arsenal 1, and we are going into An absolutely fascinating 90 minutes, wasn't it? Where Kai Havertz gave Arsenal an early lead on 6 minutes, and then the equalising goal scored for the penalty spot by Ousmane Dembele, who's later been substituted after Kvaratskhelia was fouled by Mosquera. And we are up and underway in extra time. 30 minutes to decide who will win the 2026 Champions League final. And of course, possibly penalties in the end. Arsenal bidding for their first ever Champions League triumph. Paris Saint-Germain seeking back-to-back titles. The margins will be wafer thin from here on in, and the stakes absolutely sky high. So Paris Saint-Germain have the ball at the back, and Luis Enrique and Mikel Arteta, both almost on the pitch, the two head coaches. They are patrolling their technical areas as PSG have the ball on the right-hand side now. And so it is collected now by Paris Saint-Germain deep inside their own half. Saw so much of the ball, of course, didn't they, Paris Saint-Germain? I mean, really impressive in terms of what they offer going forwards as a whole this season, although I haven't really seen it in terms of the quality delivered by Paris Saint-Germain in the final third today. A little bit better in the second half, weren't they? Here is Eze, who's on the pitch now as a substitute for Arsenal. Madueke has the ball right-hand side, approaching the edge of the penalty, across the face of goal, and Pacho did very well indeed to stab it away, did Pacho, for a corner kick, because all of a sudden Noni Madueke looked as though he had a bit of additional time and space on that right-hand side. He was trying to pick out Victor Gyökeres inside the penalty area, and Pacho did really well. Just takes a high five from his goalkeeper Safanov, because had he not made that interception, there was a really good opportunity for Victor Gyökeres for a tap and to give Arsenal the lead once again. So corner kick for Arsenal, who have been so dangerous from set-piece situations this season. Paris Saint-Germain 1, Arsenal 1. An opportunity then for Arsenal to get good delivery into the penalty area. Of course, they got so much height in there, in the likes of Gabriel Magalhaes and Saliba and others. Here comes the corner kick in for Madueke. Left-footed into a dangerous area, and he can't be the first man, but nonetheless, he just dinked that one right into the 6-yard box. And one or two Paris Saint-Germain bodies were back there to alleviate the danger in the end, but it's going to be another corner kick for Arsenal. Set-piece kings this season. It's so threatening for these kind of situations domestically and on the continent this term. Paris Saint-Germain 1, Arsenal 1. Opportunity now for another corner kick and to really test Safanov in the Paris Saint-Germain goal. Left-footed is going to be taken by Noni Madueke. Noni Madueke gives the signal, raises his right arm. Left-footed, feeds the ball into the penalty area, but he can only find the side netting. Really disappointing in the end for Arsenal and Noni Madueke, because just couldn't find a way, could he, of spinning the ball once again into a dangerous area. And it is still Paris Saint-Germain 1, Arsenal 1. So, we wonder which of the two coaches would possibly take penalties at this stage. Fairly even game in terms of chances created. Yes, Paris Saint-Germain have far more of the ball. Barkler with a good opportunity right at the end of the 90 minutes, which he smashed into the side netting. Kvaratskhelia as well, striking the woodwork. So the better chances have been going Paris Saint-Germain's way. Jurrien Timber now will take the throw in on Arsenal's right-hand side. It is past 8 p.m. local time in Budapest, Hungary. Hoisted towards Eza. Eza now finds Jurrien Timber. Jurrien Timber tried to clip it forward, couldn't quite do so. And Arsenal have the ball again with Saliba. Saliba back to David Raya. David Raya scoops it forwards, and Eza just offers a different kind of proposition. All of a sudden, Madueke has so much time on that right-hand side. Luis Enrique almost looked away from the pitch because he was so frustrated at what he was seeing. Great turn now by Jurrien Timber, but he's penalised, and he can't believe he's been penalised. It's a free kick for Paris Saint-Germain just outside their own penalty area, and Jurrien Timber is really frustrated that the decision has gone against him. And João Neves, the youngster, is back on his feet after feeling the contact from Jurrien Timber. It was Madueke who just poked it in field, and well, the left arm from Jurrien Timber made contact, maybe not with the face but the neck of the youngster João Neves, as Zaire Emery is going to come on now for Paris Saint-Germain for Fabien Ruiz. So Fabien Ruiz is the player who is going to come off now for Zaire Emery. Now Paris Saint-Germain with an opportunity to reshuffle slightly here. It's a little bit more of an attacking substitution. It'll be interesting to see exactly how they play out here in terms of where Zaire Emery is exactly going to slot in. It's going to be thrown into Arsenal in the right back slot now, and Timber will take it. Paris Saint-Germain 1, Arsenal 1 is the score. Luis Enrique is, and has really, had a very frustrated figure throughout the duration of the match. Just a far cry, isn't it, from the 5-0 thrashing of Inter Milan in the Champions League final last year. David Raya tried to spin the ball out left-hand side, couldn't quite do so. For Nkapie, and the Ecuadorian just shakes his head in frustration. Paris Saint-Germain 1, Arsenal 1. And it is now going to be Paris Saint-Germain who build from the back, and it's Safanov who does gather. Safanov goes left-hand side for Nuno Mendes, and Nuno Mendes spins it now towards the run of Zaire Emery. Didn't quite come off, and now Paris Saint-Germain trying to play out from the back, but Declan Rice is biting in, and Arsenal all of a sudden look like they got far more appetite here. Eza tried to feed it through towards the run of Timber. Didn't come off, and Nuno Mendes is going to try and see this one out for a goal kick, is he? No, instead he just feeds it towards Zaire Emery right by his corner flag, and the ball is going to break loose now for Jurrien Timber. And Arsenal started extra time really well. Noni Madueke around the corner. Timber now tried to find Madueke. Instead he goes to Gyökeres, but it's going to be Vitinho who brings the ball away, and Gyökeres is penalised free kick. And so a free kick for Paris Saint-Germain, which they take quickly. And take a little bit too quickly for the referee's liking. And so it will be a free kick then for Paris Saint-Germain on the right-hand side. Gabriel mops up for Arsenal. So Doué just clips it forwards once again, and now an opportunity for Arsenal to bring the ball away again. And, well, if you look at Arsenal, how they've started this first half of extra time, it's been very impressive indeed. Arsenal have the ball, but Paris Saint-Germain win it back, and they win it back in a dangerous area. And here they come, got the option of, well, it's going to be a free kick here, and it's going to be a yellow card shown for Victor Gyökeres, because Gyökeres knew exactly what he was doing. He felt as though he had to thwart the Paris Saint-Germain attack instantaneously, and so he has done so, and it's a free kick for PSG, and a free kick for Paris Saint-Germain, around about 35 yards from goal. It was Ramos, who was coming forwards, and he did have the option left-hand side of finding Bradley Barcola, and Victor Gyökeres was there to commit the foul. And so 8 minutes into extra time is a free kick for Vitinha, and Vitinha is going to take the free kick then for Paris Saint-Germain. Vitinha stands over the set-piece situation. A little bit too far out for the strike on goal. Referee's just making sure there's nothing untoward going on inside the confines of the penalty area. Vitinha will take it then. And Vitinha does indeed feed the ball into the penalty area. It's going to be an opportunity for, well, Zubimendi, who is now on, just prodded the ball away for Arsenal. So, confirmation of those Arsenal substitutions that have taken place in the game, with Zubimendi, Martinelli, Gyökeres, Madueke and Eze all coming on, so, and Timber as well. So the substitutions have been made by Mikel Arteta, and it was Zubimendi who came on for Lewis Skelly at the start of extra time, and Eze who came on for Kai Havertz at the start of extra time. In contrast to this Paris Saint-Germain line-up, and they've only made 3 substitutions. They made Barcola for Kvaratskhelia inside the 90 minutes, and then Zaire Emery and Gonzalo Ramos on as well for Fabian Ruiz and Dembele. So it is Paris Saint-Germain who have the ball inside the centre circle. Vitinha does have possession. Paris Saint-Germain have the ball right-hand side now. And 99 minutes are on the clock. We played 9 minutes of added on time. 9 minutes of extra time, I should say, as the effort on goal sails over the crossbar. It's not a particularly good one from Hakimi, who does have 6 assists in the Champions League and scored the opening goal against Inter Milan in the final last year. Hakimi on his left boot just skied the ball over the crossbar into the Arsenal fans. Remains Paris Saint-Germain 1, Arsenal 1. Kai Havertz with the opening goal. Feels like a long time ago now, doesn't it, on 6 minutes as we reach the 100-minute mark. And then the equalising goal on 65 from Ousmane Dembele from the penalty spot after Kvaratskhelia was fouled by Mosquera. So, wonderful atmosphere still inside the Puskás Arena. It is anyone's trophy still. Arsenal have more or less neutralised most of the threat from Paris Saint-Germain tonight. PSG have had the better chances. Pacho has the ball at the back and just loops it up and over halfway, and Mikel Arteta with the hands manages to nearly grab the ball but just palm it back to his right back. And it will be now Jurrien Timber to take the throw, and Luis Enrique is not happy at all because Mikel Arteta is well outside his own technical area, and I think he's suggesting as well that Jurrien Timber had taken a few additional yards, taking liberties on that right hand side in terms of the space. And now Noni Madueke around the outside, and Madueke is going to go around the outside. This is inside the penalty area. Is that going to be a penalty for Arsenal? It's a huge shout. The referee says no. The referee says no. Noni Madueke went down. There was a tangle of bodies in there. VAR will have a look at this. VAR will have a look at this, because Arsenal are absolutely adamant they should have a spot kick. Absolutely adamant they should have a spot kick. Mikel Arteta's almost on the pitch trying to remonstrate with the referee. At the other end, Paris Saint-Germain have the ball. Paris Saint-Germain in possession. Arsenal want a spot kick. The Arsenal players still screaming at the referee. I've got to say, it looked like a clumsy challenge. Madueke went down. Mikel Arteta's saying it's a penalty. Mikel Arteta's almost on the pitch. He's talking to the 4th official. Paris Saint-Germain play on for now. And they have the ball on the right-hand side. Paris Saint-Germain in possession. It is now with Vitinha. Vitinha right-hand side. Vitinha's ball into the penalty. It didn't quite come off. Is that going to be a free kick for Arsenal? No, it's not. So it's an opportunity now again for Paris Saint-Germain. Still the spot kick protestations are ongoing. And Paris Saint-Germain have the ball inside the penalty area. And it's cleared by Arsenal up and over halfway. And they want a penalty. I don't think they're going to get it. But Noni Madueke was adamant. Absolutely adamant they should have a spot kick. No penalty, says the referee. And Paris Saint-Germain will play on. And Mikel Arteta and Arsenal can't believe it. They can't believe it. Declan Rice is going to get a yellow card for the protestations, and I think Mikel Arteta might do as well here, because they were always trying to stop the game. Mikel Arteta and Declan Rice, they were trying to stop the game because they felt as though it had to be a penalty, and Declan Rice, well, and Mikel Arteta, they both go into the referee's notebook. And Mikel Arteta's continuing his protestations with the fourth official. Noni Madueke went down inside the penalty area, and I've got to say, Nuno Mendes got himself in a real tangle there, and that could easily be a penalty. I mean, the first contact is outside the area, but it goes to inside the penalty area, and no penalty was given. I think if the referee gives that, it doesn't get overturned. So, it is Paris Saint-Germain 1, Arsenal 1, as well, the game goes on. Free kick then for Paris Saint-Germain. Arsenal feel aggrieved here. They feel as though they should have had a penalty. They feel absolutely certain that they should have a penalty. And, well, if they don't go on and win this final, that'll be talked about substantially, because Noni Madueke and Nuno Mendes clashed, and Nuno Mendes got himself in a real tangle. Real tangle. It was certainly contact. Paris Saint-Germain have the ball. Nuno Mendes feeds it to Marquinhos. Marquinhos goes right hand side now, and Paris Saint-Germain have it once again, just outside the penalty area on the right hand side. Ramos with a touch. PSG again moving the ball pretty smartly, and it is going to be another substitution now for Paris Saint-Germain. And we're going to have 2 additional minutes to be played at the end of the first half of extra time. And one key moment in this first period of extra time was the penalty that Arsenal feel as though they should have had when Noni Madueke went down. Pacho gathers the ball now, and Marquinhos does collect. Marquinhos has the ball deep inside his own half. Marquinhos feeds it infield towards Vitinha. And Vitinha now towards João Neves. João Neves gathers and pokes it long once more. It is now fed right hand side for Paris Saint-Germain again. It is collected now on that right flank as PSG come forwards looking for a goal to give them a lead in the contest. Out of play goes throw in Paris Saint-Germain. Paris Saint-Germain with a throw in then on the right hand side, and it is PSG 1, Arsenal 1. And as it stands, we're going for a penalty shootout. Pacho has the ball and finds Nuno Mendes. Nuno Mendes on the left hand side just clips it forward, but to no one in particular. And Doué saw the ball just go over his head, and now Zaire Emery tries to feed it forwards. Madueke's been really good since coming on, does gather. Madueke twisting and turning inside his own half. Finds Saliba. Saliba in towards Eza. Eza has the ball again and goes back in field now. And now Arsenal come once more. And so Arsenal have the ball deep inside their own half on the left-hand side. It's flicked forwards looking towards Martinelli, but goes out of play. And we played the 2 minutes, and I think that's going to be the whistle, is it? For half-time at the end of the first half and extra time it is. Second half of extra time to come, and of course possibly a penalty shootout. after Kvicha Kvaratskhelia was fouled inside the penalty area by Mosquera. And we are heading now for a penalty shootout unless there is a moment for one of these two sides in the final 15 minutes of extra time. So it is Paris Saint-Germain 1, it is Arsenal 1. A long Champions League season comes down to these 15 minutes and possibly a penalty shootout to decide which of these two clubs will ultimately wrap their hands around the grandest trophy of them all in European club football. Paris Saint-Germain kick us off at the start of the second half of extra time. It is Paris Saint-Germain 1, Arsenal 1. And it's been a game really which, as it's progressed, has opened up really nicely from the neutral perspective in terms of just seeing a little bit more free-flowing attacking football. Paris Saint-Germain have the ball at the back now with Pacho, and Pacho had the option of going to his right-hand side. Instead he goes left-hand side for Nuno Mendes, and Nuno Mendes just goes back inside towards Pacho. And when the jeopardy is this high in the contest, you do wonder sometimes about just the feeling of the stakes of this football match, and the fear of losing from this kind of position often overrides the opportunity to take a gamble. But Paris Saint-Germain have the ball just outside the Arsenal penalty area. It is now PSG who are in possession, and it was Hakimi who wanted the ball played into his path. Doesn't come to him. Pacho does gather. Pacho's got the option now, right-hand side for Paris Saint-Germain, and it was Zaire Emery who was also offering to go a little bit shorter. Collected now by PSG just outside the centre circle, and an opportunity now possibly for Peralta to feed it right-hand side. He does just that. Great chance for Barcola inside the penalty. David Raya comes, doesn't properly clear, and eventually Arsenal scramble it away. Joao Neves was also in the heart of the action, but David Raya with an important touch, I think, in there inside the penalty area, because Paris Saint-Germain have worked it well on the right-hand side. David Raya came out and got an important glove on it, because Gonzalo Ramos was lurking inside the 6-yard box. Any kind of error at this point, any kind of moment either way, could result in the trophy being decided. Paris Saint-Germain have the ball left-hand side, just outside the Arsenal penalty area. And it is now an opportunity for Paris Saint-Germain once more inside the box now, looking for a way to get a strike in and goal. Came through a cluster of red and white shirts. Gathered now by Paris Saint-Germain on their right-hand side. Hakimi does have it, who now has the captain's armband after Marquinhos was substituted. Hakimi once again. Hakimi right-footed, crossing to the penalty, a catch in practice that for David Raya. And Raya does gather. And now, just a couple of minutes into the second half of extra time, 107 minutes on the clock. Luis Enrique continuing to bark orders from his technical area. Mikel Arteta likewise is going to come down now for Eze inside the centre circle. Declan Rice keeps it moving left-hand side. It's gathered now by Nkapie. Nkapie goes back in field towards Gabriel Magalhaes, the Brazilian. Back to the Spaniard, David Raya. David Raya, right-hand side. Well, that's where he attempted to fizz the ball onto. Didn't quite come off, but Arsenal will pick up the pieces 45 yards from goal. Really good turn by Jurrien Timber. Jurrien Timber to Madueke. Madueke's been lively since coming on against Doué. And Madueke goes down. Free kick for Arsenal in good position. And really, that's pretty careless from Doué, because you cannot afford to give this Arsenal side set-piece situations from that kind of range. And it is now a free kick for Arsenal in a very dangerous position indeed. And I really do think as though Noni Madueke has been very impressive indeed since coming on. He's operated with a little bit more freedom on that right-hand side. A few tired legs and minds out there perhaps. Free kick then for Arsenal on the right-hand side. Around about a yard or so in from the touchline on the right flank, and it will be Declan Rice to take it with the captain's armband. Declan Rice just places the ball with deliberation. How many set pieces has Declan Rice delivered this season that have ultimately resulted in goals? Declan Rice exhales once and twice and just gives the signal with the wave of his left arm, and then feeds the ball into the penalty area. Goalkeeper comes, gets a palm on it. It's a good palm actually by Safanov, and Paris Saint-Germain through Hakimi will try and bring the ball away. He wants a free kick here, I think. Hakimi, he's not going to get it though. And Paris Saint-Germain play out from the back and play out from inside their own penalty area. So PSG coming forwards once again, and hoisted long now towards Zaire Emery, and Zaire Emery does gather the ball. An opportunity now potentially for Paris Saint-Germain once again, but it's hooked forward by Arsenal, and it'll be dealt with now by Zabani. And now Paris Saint-Germain have the ball right in front of Mikel Arteta, just shy of the halfway line. Here they come again, the 21-year-old João Neves, who's not one of the ones who's been substituted by Luis Enrique. He's a really willing runner, is João Neves. And he goes right-hand side to Hakimi, who now has the captain's armband. Hakimi once again, João Neves the option inside. Here come Paris Saint-Germain once more. João Neves has the ball 5 yards in from the touchline on the right-hand side. Paris Saint-Germain dominant in possession now. And it is 110 minutes on the clock. Paris Saint-Germain 1, Arsenal 1. Nothing can separate these two sides in the 2026 Champions League final. It's gathered now by Beraldo. Beraldo has it outside the penalty area. Left-footed just cuts back in field. And Arsenal dropping deep. Arsenal dropping very deep in the contest. Gathered now just outside the penalty area by Paris Saint-Germain. And it is collected by Hakimi. The game, though, being played at walking pace. The legs, the tired legs of the season beginning to kick in. Hakimi has it right-hand side. Feeds it now infield towards Beraldo. And Paris Saint-Germain playing with a degree of confidence in this little spell. Pacho does collect. Pacho has it again. And the option was there for Nuno Mendes left-hand side. They go right-hand side instead. Paris Saint-Germain still with Hakimi on the right flank. A yard in from the touchline. Hakimi goes down the line to João Neves. Neatly done by João Neves inside the area. João Neves came back off João Neves, then back off a red and white shirt. And eventually it will be a corner. Zubimendi was there. The man for the Basque Country who Arsenal signed when Real Madrid wanted to sign Martin Zubimendi, but he was convinced by Mikel Arteta and the Arsenal project to come to North London. And so it's a corner kick now for Paris Saint-Germain. A corner kick which will be fed in by Desiré Doué. And Doué, the 20-year-old, will take Paris Saint-Germain's 11th corner kick of the contest. Doué with the corner, can't beat the first man, and if truth be told, the set-piece situations from Paris Saint-Germain have been really poor tonight. 11 corners, I can't remember one really where they've made Arsenal nervy at the back. So 111 minutes on the clock now, and here come Paris Saint-Germain again. And it is gathered now on that left-hand side by Beraldo. Beraldo feeds it in field, and now gathered by Paris Saint-Germain right on the halfway line. A goal now would surely be the winner. Gathered by Doué. Doué just gliding in field and asking where the options are in terms of movement in front of him. Doué goes left-hand side now to Nuno Mendes. And Nuno Mendes keeps it moving on the left-hand side for Paris Saint-Germain. 112 on the clock. One apiece the score. Paris Saint-Germain completely dominant in possession, nursing it in midfield. João Neves, who looks one of the livelier players out there, the 21-year-old for PSG, at this late stage in the contest, at this late stage in the competition. Paris Saint-Germain 1, Arsenal 1. As they continue to probe this Arsenal backline, everyone's sitting so deep for Arsenal. Zabani has it midway inside the Arsenal half. Still there's no obvious way through though for Paris Saint-Germain. They have it on the left-hand side now. Chance for Paris Saint-Germain again coming forwards on that left flank. And it is regathered now by PSG. And they have an opportunity to swirl the ball into the penalty area, but David Raya is there, and Raya gathers very calmly indeed. And could be an opportunity now for Arsenal as it was Zubimendi who rose inside the penalty area and just pushed it away, and all of a sudden it's a little bit scrappy from both sides, and Paris Saint-Germain trying to find a way through, but William Saliba is there to mop up, and he had to be, didn't it? Really well done by William Saliba, and Arsenal have the ball at the back, and it is Declan Rice who scoops it long, and it's now gathered by Nuno Mendes, and Nuno Mendes was trying to just sneak past Jurrien Timber, couldn't quite do so. Arsenal will come again. 113 on the clock in the Champions League final. Paris Saint-Germain seeking back-to-back titles. Arsenal seeking the first trophy, the first Champions League trophy in their 139-year history. David Raya smashes it long, but to no one in particular. Mikel Arteta is scampering down the touchline well outside his technical area, urging inside forward because they've been sitting deeper and deeper and deeper, this Arsenal team. And Luis Enrique looks increasingly agitated on the touchline as well. It is going to be a throw-in now, which Hakimi will take, and Hakimi does take it, but he gives it straight back to Eza. Eza now, and an opportunity for Eza to come forward now with the ball for Arsenal, and Eza tried to slide it through to Noni Madueke, and he wasn't too far away, you know. And Safanov does gather. And so we go in to the final 5 minutes of extra time. We're going to a penalty shootout. And my goodness, it has been so tense, so tight out there. I don't think either side will feel as though they really deserve to win it. PSG will say they have more of the ball and the better of the chances, which is a fair assessment on these statistics, but really didn't manage to create too much in the game. In 114 minutes of football, that might change here, because here come Paris Saint-Germain, and here comes Bradley Barcola, and now Hakimi. Hakimi feeds it infield, gathered now by Beraldo, and now it's collected by João Neves. João Neves does collect. João Neves goes right-hand side, and Paris Saint-Germain are asking all the questions. Cut in field once more to João Neves. João Neves now with an opportunity to feed it towards Hakimi on the right-hand side, and Barcola with the touch. It's all Paris Saint-Germain. Arsenal now just waiting for penalties, it feels. Barcola's ball into the penalty area, not a bad one. Gyökeres with the touch, and João Neves now will gather again. And Arsenal, it feels like they're hanging on a little bit now. For the first time in the game, Paris Saint-Germain look to be playing almost exclusively right on the edge of the Arsenal penalty area. Arsenal had led through Kai Havertz on 6 minutes. Dembele's equalising goal on 65 from the penalty spot after Kvicha Kvaratskhelia was fouled by Mosquera. It is now collected by Hakimi on the right-hand side, and Barcola, Bradley Barcola feeds it to Doué, and Doué now right-hand side for Hakimi, and he wants it again, does Doué. Doué's 35 yards from goal. What can he create? What can he conjure? Goes left-hand side now for Nuno Mendes. 116 on the clock. We edge towards a penalty shootout. João Neves, 25 yards out. João Neves goes back instead, though, for Paris Saint-Germain. There's no way through against this wall of red and white. No way through. And it will come once more. Will Paris Saint-Germain? Beraldo. Zabani. Zabani has the ball, and he just tried to feed it through towards João Neves. João Neves will keep it in play inside the penalty area, cross into the penalty area, drops kindly, effort on goal, takes a deflection, and David Raya gathers the ball out of the Hungarian night sky and bowls it out instantaneously to Noni Madueke, who's on the scamper, goes past his man. That's going to be a yellow card. Yellow card and a free kick for Arsenal. I think they'll take that, Arsenal, because they really have been under the caution. Nuno Mendes goes into the referee's notebook, and so it will be a free kick for Arsenal inside their own half on 117 minutes. I wonder if they're now just going to launch the ball forward from Declan Rice and try to create something from this set-piece situation. Nuno Mendes then goes into the referee's notebook, and it is going to be David Raya to launch it long now for Arsenal, and launch it long to the edge of the penalty area. David Raya then with the set piece for Arsenal, and he has smashed it long. A goal now really would be the winner, but David Raya's free kick beyond everyone out of play, and it looks increasingly like we're going to the lottery of a penalty shootout. Mikel Arteta, who is on a yellow card after complaining that Noni Madueke hadn't been given that penalty. So the goalkeepers will be starting to think, won't they? Well, Paris Saint-Germain have had 19 attempts on goal to Arsenal's 4 in the contest. They've had 72% possession, and yet the only metric that matters is Paris Saint-Germain 1, Arsenal 1. It is Madueke who feeds the ball infield, and all of a sudden Arsenal might have an opportunity and into the side netting. I mean, the angle was so tight there, I think, from Jurrien Timber. I don't think he realistically could have beaten Safanov at his near post, but he gave it a go anyway. He was inside the area. You never know. So late in the game, might get a deflection on it. Tries to beat Safanov and feeds the ball into the side netting in the end. And it's going to be a throw-in for Arsenal. We played 119 minutes of football. We're in the final minute of the Champions League final. And, well, Jurrien Timber's shaking his head. He feels as though he should have tested the goalkeeper from that kind of range, I think. And it is Well, Luis Enrique is so frustrated because he feels as though Arsenal were trying to eke out additional yards at every available opportunity. And it could be a chance now for Eze. Eze has the ball 35 yards from goal. Feeds it to Zubimendi. Zubimendi just outside the penalty area for Arsenal. Zubimendi goes right-hand side for Declan Rice. My fancy a ping Declan Rice here. Instead he goes right-hand side now for Noni Madueke. Madueke gliding inside on his left boot. Madueke's ball into the penalty area. It is cleared though by Arsenal, but comes back to Victor Gyökeres. It's Gyökeres. Will he take the strike on himself? He will. It's Victor Gyökeres. Deflection takes it behind for a corner. And this might be the last action of the game. And Mikel Arteta wants a penalty to be awarded there. I don't think he's going to get it. But, well, it was Victor Gyökeres with a strike that's deflected behind for a corner. And it's going to be a corner kick now for Arsenal. And set pieces have characterised their entire season. And can Arsenal, with the last kick of the Champions League final, pinch a goal here? It is Paris Saint-Germain 1. It is Arsenal 1. And Arsenal now have a set piece. They have a corner. And Noni Madueke is going to take it. And Arsenal, so good at corners this season. It's been emblematic of their season. Noni Madueke with the ball in. It's cleared high into a really dangerous area. Punched away. Might break loose now, and indeed it will for Declan Rice. Referee has a little look at the watch. Headers forward, and it's very close to being deflected towards Safarov in the penalty area. Hakimi wants a goal kick to be given, and I think we're going now to a penalty shootout, are we? Referee does indeed blow the whistle, and we are going to a penalty shootout. The 2026 Champions League final will be decided between Paris Saint-Germain and Arsenal from the spot. Paris Saint-Germain 1, Arsenal 1 inside the 90 minutes. Extra time couldn't separate them either. And so we go into a penalty shootout to decide who will wrap their hands. Paris Saint-Germain absolutely dominated the contest in terms of possession and chances created, but Arsenal ultimately hung in there through extra time as well. And so to a shootout we go. The biggest occasion of them all in European club football will be decided by the finest of margins. And in Budapest, Hungary tonight, where the temperature is just dropping a little bit as we approach 9 p.m. local time, you can be absolutely sure that one side of this stadium is going to be in a state of delight and delirium, and the other in a state of despair inside the next 10 minutes. Do not go anywhere, because the 2026 Champions League final between Paris Saint-Germain and Arsenal will be decided via a penalty shootout. The Arsenal players are involved in a huddle inside their own half as the two goalkeepers trot towards the goal allocated for the shootout. And the Paris Saint-Germain goalkeeper, Safanov, who really didn't have too much to do throughout the course of the game, and David Raya, the Arsenal goalkeeper, they will be the potential heroes out there tonight. The first penalty is going to be taken by Gonzalo Ramos for Paris Saint-Germain, and David Raya has the ball in his gloves and he bounces it 5, 6, 7 times on the turf. Not exactly what he's trying to do with the ball there, David Raya, before he gives it to Ramos. And Ramos eventually does have the ball, and he has a little shake of the head there, Ramos, because a few mind games from David Raya is being told to get back onto his line. I mean, Ramos had stared out Raya because David Raya had smashed the ball onto the turf on numerous occasions, and I don't know if he was just trying to take a little bit of something out of it, but the first penalty will be a Paris Saint-Germain penalty. So Ramos to take it against Raya, and David Raya is being told to go back onto his line, and so David Raya now against Ramos as Paris Saint-Germain take the first penalty in the shootout. The 2026 Champions League final to be decided by shootout. The referee's just taking a moment actually to have a chat with both of the goalkeepers. So often in Champions League finals there have been some iconic, historic moments where the goalkeepers have got rather involved in the shootouts. Jerzy Dudek, of course, in 2005 for Liverpool against Milan was a really memorable one, and Grobbelaar as well in the years preceding that for the Reds. So Ramos will take the first penalty now for Paris Saint-Germain, and David Raya is off his line again and geeing up the Arsenal crowd. David Raya's going to get a yellow card in a minute here if he's not careful. And Ramos then to take the first penalty for Paris Saint-Germain. Ramos for Paris Saint-Germain exhales, looks at the fans behind the goal, has a little look at David Raya. Ramos steps up and he scores. Cracking penalty for Paris Saint-Germain. They lead 1-0 in the shootout. Luis Enrique unmoved, arms across his chest as Ramos celebrates and gees up the Paris Saint-Germain crowd, who are behind the goal where the penalties are being taken. And so now it will be Arsenal to go one apiece in the shootout. Paris Saint-Germain score their first penalty. Victor Gyökeres will take the first Arsenal penalty against Safanov in goal for PSG. And Victor Gyökeres steps up now for Arsenal against Safanov. Victor Gyökeres will take it right-footed. Here he comes. It's Gyökeres slots on the penalty really nicely. Really good penalty from Gyökeres. They get half an eye on the goalkeeper, Safanov, who moved to touch to his right-hand side. And then it was slotted into the opposing corner by Victor Gyökeres. Really cleverly done. So, one apiece in the shootout. Neither goalkeepers had a chance really at saving the first penalty either have faced. It is going to be Desiree Doué, who scored 2 goals against Inter Milan in last year's final. Can he net a penalty in the shootout in this year's final? It is Doué who will take the spot kick against David Raya. Desiree Doué with a central run up against David Raya. Doué steps up to take the penalty and slots it home. Again, I think he just waits for David Raya to move to his right-hand side and then just pass the ball in the opposing corner. So Paris Saint-Germain have taken 2 penalties and scored 2 penalties. Arsenal have taken 1 and scored 1. So it is now a penalty which Eberechi Eze is going to take for Arsenal against Safanov. Safanov, he's eyeing up Eze here. And the man signed for Crystal Palace will take the penalty now for Arsenal. Arsenal second. No penalties missed so far in the shootout. It is Eze against Safanov. Eze to take the penalty. Right-footed. Eze steps up against Safanov. Stuttered run-up. Eze puts it wide. And Arsenal missing the shootout. And Paris Saint-Germain lead 2-1. And Eberechi Eze is a terrible penalty. It's a terrible, terrible penalty. He puts it wide of the upright, right-footed. I think he was just trying to clip it into the corner. But it's an awful penalty. It's 2 yards wide. And Paris Saint-Germain now have a 2-1 lead in the shootout after both sides have taken 2 pens apiece. And the next penalty is a really important one now. If they are to put additional pressure on Arsenal here, Paris Saint-Germain. So Paris Saint-Germain have taken 2, they scored 2. Nuno Mendes is going to take the 3rd penalty for Paris Saint-Germain to give them a 3-1 lead in the shootout. Arsenal have taken 2 and only scored 1. Gyökeres scored and Eze missed. And so Nuno Mendes will take the penalty now for Paris Saint-Germain against David Raya. Nuno Mendes steps up, left-footed, the full-back. Arguably the best left-back in world football. Nuno Mendes steps up and it's saved by David Raya. It's saved by David Raya, outstretched to his left-hand side. And Arsenal fans celebrate. And Paris Saint-Germain supporters can't believe it. It's a rather telegraphed penalty, I think, from Nuno Mendes. And David Raya stretching away to his left-hand side. Saw it coming, palms it away. And so Paris Saint-Germain still lead 2-1 the shootout, but they've taken 3. Arsenal have only taken 2. And it's a chance now for Arsenal to go level in the penalty shootout. So a penalty now which will be taken by Declan Rice. Declan Rice, the captain, against Safanov. It is Declan Rice to level things up in the shootout at 2 pens apiece with 3 taken. Declan Rice then to take the spot kick against Safanov. It is Declan Rice for Arsenal against the Paris Saint-Germain goalkeeper. Declan Rice then steps up for Arsenal. Declan Rice slots it home, 2 apiece in the shootout, 3 taken apiece. So Nuno Mendes missed for Paris Saint-Germain. Eze missed for Arsenal. Both sides have taken 3 penalties. Both have scored 2. Now we go to the 4th penalty apiece. Declan Rice just slotting it past Safanov. Hasn't really got close to any of the penalties so far. And the 4th penalty now will be taken by Paris Saint-Germain. And it's going to be Achraf Hakimi to take it. Hakimi now to take the penalty for Paris Saint-Germain against David Raya. 2 apiece in the shootout, 3 taken from each side. Hakimi, who's currently wearing the captain's armband, steps up and scores. Scores for Paris Saint-Germain. They're 3-2 up in the shootout. But Arsenal have yet to take their 4th penalty. If they do score, then it'll be 3 apiece in the shootout. So, who's going to take the next penalty for Arsenal? It's some good penalties in the shootout. 2 poor ones with the misses, but it is now a penalty for Arsenal to make it 3 apiece in the shootout. 1-1, of course, after the 90 minutes. 1-1 after extra time. And now, Paris Saint-Germain, who lead 3-2 in the shootout. Gabriel Martinelli is going to be the man to take it. Martinelli, the Brazilian, for Arsenal against Safanov. Martinelli to make it 3 apiece in the shootout. Martinelli steps up and Martinelli scores. Good pen, 3-all in the shootout, 4 taken apiece. And Martinelli punches the air and looks towards those Arsenal fans. And it's the 5th penalty now for each club. Paris Saint-Germain and Arsenal, both 3 penalties scored from 4 in this penalty shootout. It's a good penalty that for Martinelli. And Safanov again diving the wrong way. So now Paris Saint-Germain's 5th penalty. And so a 5th penalty now for Paris Saint-Germain. Panalto will take it, the substitute. He's going to step up now to take Paris Saint-Germain's 5th penalty. David Raya waits, and it's scored. It's a really good pen as well, tucked into the corner. It's a really good penalty, tucked into the corner, so neatly, so effectively. And Paris Saint-Germain have scored 4 of their 5 penalties, so Arsenal now will take their 5th penalty before we go to sudden death in the shootout. And it is going to be a 5th penalty now to be taken by Arsenal, and Gabriel Magalhaes must score. Gabriel Magalhaes must score. So Gabriel Magalhaes is stepping up now, and he must score. He must score to keep Arsenal in the Champions League final. It's Gabriel Magalhaes against Safanov. Paris Saint-Germain lead 4-3 in the shootout. They've taken their 5. This is Arsenal's 5th penalty. And here it is for Gabriel Magalhaes to step up for Arsenal, to keep them in the shootout, to take it to sudden death. It is Gabriel Magalhaes who will take it. Left-footed, it's Gabriel Magalhaes over the crossbar, and Paris Saint-Germain retain the Champions League trophy. They won it in 2025, and they've won it again in 2026. Luis Enrique and his staff celebrate by the finest of margins. They've beaten Arsenal in a Champions League final. The Gunners will have to wait. Their 139-year wait for a Champions League trophy goes on. Paris Saint-Germain have won and retained the 2026 Champions League.
One apiece after 90 minutes. One apiece after extra time. Eza and Gabriel missing in the shootout. And the Premier League winners are distraught. But Paris Saint-Germain are delighted. They've beaten Arsenal in the final by the finest of margins at the death in a penalty shootout. Luis Enrique does it again. Paris Saint-Germain do it again. It is they who will lift the 2026